Secretariat to forward this outline of activities to the Committee on Environmental Policy and the Conference of European Statisticians for consideration. This has been done, and we will hear a little bit about this topic in actually the next agenda item. You also have invited your members, international organizations and partners to support the work of this new body and to support the mobilization of funds for implementation of the work plan. In agenda item 5 on ongoing developments with relevance for the work of the Joint Task Force, you committed to support the implementation of the outcomes of the 9th Environment for Europe Ministerial Conference, the so-called Nicosia Conference, subject to the availability of resources, and you decided to integrate the outcomes into your work. You also requested the Secretariat to brief the CEP, the Committee on Environmental Policy, and the CES on the activities implemented to support the Nicosia Ministerial Conference outcomes. You also took note of information provided by the Secretariat on the outcomes of the 25th session of the Working Group on Environmental Monitoring and Assessment, and you also invited the Working Group to regularly brief you on its outcomes. There will be a separate presentation on the outcomes of the latest session of the Working Group later today. You also took note of ongoing developments with relevance for your work at international, regional and national level, and you emphasized especially the importance of the areas of sustainable infrastructure, e-waste management, plastic waste and green finance, and you agreed to consider those areas as priorities in your work program. You also requested international and regional organizations to provide you with regular updates on relevant work, and we will have separate agenda items on this topic actually. Another important piece of work, and Nick has just showed you the publication, and many of you I think already got it. It's available outside the meeting room. Was the publication on the guidelines for the application of environmental indicators, which was revised over the last couple of years, as you know. And during your last session, you welcomed the progress made towards finalizing these guidelines. You approved minor improvements made, and you requested the Secretariat to work on the finalization of these guidelines and to prepare the final version as a publication in English, Russian and French. So far the English version is available, and there is work ongoing on the other two languages actually. As regards capacity development activities, you took note of information provided on ongoing and planned capacity development activities. You asked international organizations to take into account specific capacity development needs, and there will be also discussion on capacity development activities in today's session actually. You also invited your members and representatives of international organizations and other initiatives to continue to provide you with regular updates on recent developments in the implementation of their activities, and we will have a dedicated agenda item on that topic, which is agenda item 6. We also had a discussion last year on data needs, statistics and indicators to manage environment-related human health issues. You took note of the country experience provided by the UK, and you also took note of the ongoing indicator-related work of WHO, Regional Office for Europe, especially related to chemicals. And you also decided to consider future work on health and chemicals, as well as on disaster-related statistics in your future work program. And you invited members, international organizations and partners to continue to provide you with regular updates on data needs, statistics and indicators related to human health issues. In the agenda item on other business, you took note of a survey that was conducted on the format of the meeting, which was then conveyed to the CEP and the Conference of European Statisticians, and you took note of the dates of today's session and tomorrow's session, actually. With this, I give back the floor to our chair, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christine. Now, the floor is open for your comments on the Secretariat's presentations. Any comments? No? Thank you very much. So, proposed decisions. Proposed decisions reads, the Joint Task Force takes note of the information provided by the Secretariat on the implementation of decisions and recommendations of the 10th session of Joint Task Force and adopts report of its 10th session. With this, Joint Task Force adopted a report. Now we close agenda item 2. According to our agenda, we will next address item 3, implementing the mandate and terms of reference. I invite Nicholas to provide a short summary of recent developments as regards the possible conversion of the Joint Task Force into Joint Working Group on Environmental Statistics and Indicators. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, as Christine already pointed out, there was a discussion on this topic at your previous session. Actually, already prior to that, the Bureau of the Conference of European Statisticians had expressed its support for such a change, pending approval by the Committee on Environmental Policy. And your meeting last year was just before the Committee on Environmental Policy met. And at that meeting, the Secretariat presented the proposal. We had questions from member states, but there was a reluctance to move forward at that time, and they deferred their decision until the next session of the Committee on Environmental Policy, which is in 3 weeks' time. Meanwhile, they did extend, of course, the mandate in terms of reference of the Joint Task Force as previously adopted. So the work continues, but we still do not know whether the Committee on Environmental Policy will support the change. The Secretariat met also with I think it was the chairs of both the Committee on Environmental Policy and the Conference of European Statisticians and answered lots of questions there. I will actually be meeting again with the chair of the Committee on Environmental Policy at lunchtime today to maybe get some update on this. And we have prepared an information paper for the upcoming Committee on Environmental Policy session. So really all we can say is that if you have contact with the delegates to the Committee on Environmental Policy, you might wish to brief them about the work of the Joint Task Force and inform them of your views about the possible extension of the Joint Task Force into a joint working group, which would mean that member states from across the region and also members of the Conference of European Statisticians, which goes broader in our region, that they would also be members of this Joint Task Force, because at the moment we have this rather strange situation in that the members of the Joint Task Force are representatives of countries basically of countries with economies in transition, from Eastern Europe, the Caucasus, Central Asia, Southeastern Europe. But we have a very welcome participation of countries from other parts of the region. And it's a strange situation because the work of the Joint Task Force benefits from the contributions of all these different members. We develop these guidelines which are applicable for the region within this group. But in a way, the members who are not from countries with economies in transition are second class because they are not actually members and they cannot participate in the decision making. So we feel that it would be a benefit to change. I think that's obvious from what I'm saying. But it's of course in the hands of member states. Member states have their concerns about resources and so on, and we try to answer those questions. But if you have any questions now, I'm sure that myself and my colleagues would be very happy to provide clarifications. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. It was very clear. I invite participants for your insights, comments, idea, suggestions. First, Russian Federation.
Мы хотели бы обратиться к секретариату с просьбой напомнить нам, какие непосредственно препятствия были названы в рамках Комитета по экологической политике для трансформации совместной целевой группы в межправительственную рабочую группу. Какие препятствия как бы с точки зрения административной и институциональной могут быть со стороны тех, кто курирует работу ЕИК в целом, то есть со стороны, в нашем случае, это Министерство иностранных дел, поскольку с точки зрения сути предложения, мне кажется, ни у кого нет возражений из участников, и не может быть. Но какие могут быть административные препятствия, которые мы должны принимать во внимание, когда будем аргументировать предлагаемое решение? Благодарю вас.
Thank you. Netherlands, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Arthur Denneman from Statistics Netherlands. You were saying two things. One is that more resources are needed, and also if you switch to the working group. And the other one is that now that we have a few member states of the EU, and with the working group, we would have more. Are these related to each other? The more resources needed because more participation from EU? And another question is, there is more resources needed for what? Thank you.
Any other comments? No, thank you. Nicholas, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the questions, which I think are quite related. The hesitation in the Committee on Environmental Policy was partly about financial implications, and that's, of course, is what you're also mentioning. And there was also some hesitation in terms of understanding the benefits of the change. So that's what we really want to, we're hoping that we can answer what are the benefits of the change, because of course, yeah, it's maybe simpler to stay as we are, but there are challenges with that. In terms of resources, so we do not see that there is a need for extra resources with such a change for the Secretariat. Of course, we recognize that when member states participate, that implies resources on their behalf, because they have to travel to Geneva or participate online maybe. So there is a time and perhaps financial implication of participating. But for the Secretariat, we do not envisage a change in terms of the resources. We're sitting here at the front. Whether you are 20 or you are 50 in front of us does not change the resource demands from the Secretariat in terms of servicing the meeting. What requires resources, financial resources, is financial support to representatives of member states. And we are not proposing any change in who would receive financial support. This is, of course, dependent on the financial resources provided by member states, including the Netherlands, I must mention. We provide support to countries with economies in transition as far as possible. And if we have less resources, we have to narrow down the number of countries that we can support. But if we have more countries, particularly from Western half of Europe, we're not providing financial support. We're not actually permitted to provide financial support. So there's no financial change there. And there's not a change in the administrative burden for us either, because financial support continues. The processing of documents continues. The arrangements for the meeting room are the same. It helps us a little bit in terms of being given a bit of priority, in terms of being given meeting rooms if we're a joint working group rather than a joint task force. But we really don't see that there is a change in the financial resources required. And that is not what this is about. This is not at all about financial resources. Of course, if there is more participation, maybe there will be greater interest in some of the topics and a greater willingness to invest in some of the topics. But a lot of the topics that we're talking about are really ones which are of interest to all the member states in terms of things like sustainable infrastructure, circular economy. These are topics which are of interest to all member states. So I hope that answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Matt, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, please allow me to add something to what Nick just explained. We had also the meeting of the Bureau of the Conference of European Statisticians last week, where we presented again this proposal. And it was really re-emphasized by the chief statisticians represented in this group that it's very important to create a kind of home for environment statistics at UNEC, to have a permanent body or a standing body similar to what we already have in other domains, such as national accounts, for example, or population statistics. So this was a clear statement coming from the chief statisticians of our region. Having said this, there was also a strong support of doing this together from the beginning with the experts or with the colleagues from the Ministries of Environment and environment agencies, meaning the existing joint task force is actually a very good starting point for creating such a home for environment statistics. So there's a clear support from the statistics side to create such a body, and it will also be seen as a missed opportunity not to do this from the beginning with the experience and with the mechanisms that we have here in the joint task force. I think where we failed last year when presenting this proposal to the Committee of Environmental Policy was clearly outlining that there are no financial negative or strong financial, no financial, implications because the only things that we're going to change is the longer mandate and the invitation to a larger group of member states. And Nick already said, for the Secretariat, it doesn't make a difference whether we are sitting here in front of 15 people or 50 people. It has, for the Secretariat side or for UN budget, has the same implications. The benefits are that we would have a longer mandate, so this reduces the administrative burden on our side to get this kind of regular approval of the mandate by both the Conference of the European Statisticians and the CEP, which is a bit a painful process because it has to be synchronized, but they don't meet at the same time, so there's a lot of administrative burden. And secondly, it allows us also for longer term planning. For the time being, lots of technical issues on the statistics side are dealt with in short-term task forces. So this means issues like circular economy or new emerging issues that we are discussing later today, like measuring sustainable infrastructure. For the time being, we have the mandate only for a short period of time to work on them, even if we know that there's a longer period of time needed because things are developing. This is one of the positive or one of the benefits of having this group. I just would like to mention this again. And again, there was a strong support from the Conference of European Statisticians, and let's see how the discussions are going at the CEP. The chair of the Conference of European Statisticians, Dominik Groskrut, who is the chief statistician of Poland, will be actually participating in the upcoming meeting of the CEP and also present this proposal there. Over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Christine, please.
Just 2 sentences actually. What I just wanted to add is some examples of work that has been conducted by the Joint Task Force. I mean, we were discussing the review of the indicator guidelines, but also various capacity development activities which were organized in the past. We had a training on waste and circular economy, statistics, and so forth. And also there, these activities depended on extra budgetary resources. And also in the future, if this new body would be established, a joint working group instead of the Joint Task Force, that would not change, because also that would rely on extra budgetary resources. So meaning from the Secretariat side for organizing the meetings, there would absolutely be no financial implication. And for all separate and specific activities that are decided upon by the then joint working group would anyhow rely on extra budgetary resources, as it is the case at this stage. This is everything I just wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Switzerland, please. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Nick, thank you, Christine, and thank you, Michael, for the clarifications. Just as a follow-up question, I was wondering if there is any disadvantage that the Secretary has foreseen in this conversion, because for Switzerland, one thing that is a concern is the loss of focus on economies of transition. So yeah, if you could just clarify on that. And on top of that, I was just wondering if there has been some input also from those countries in transition, if they also agree on the conversion, one of them. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Austria, please.
Sitting here in my personal capacity as expert, since we are still in the not yet a working group, I do observe that in the past years, the policy relevance of sound statistical data has increased, and also the European Union work and the UNECE work are coming closer and closer together. We have seen it in this process where the circular economy monitoring frameworks have been developed. So I would try to push my CAP member to accept such a change, also in the sense of bringing EU and UNECE work closer together.
Thank you. Austria. Christine, please.
Just to maybe reply quickly to the question from the representative of Switzerland. I mean, in the work program and this outline, 5-year outline of activities that was developed for this new body, the joint working group, there is actually a specific program area dedicated to capacity development for countries in transition. So this focus remains. However, we see a clear benefit because the more countries with already advanced environmental statistics would participate, the stronger this capacity development component under this new body would actually be. So that's why we don't see any disadvantage in changing that. On the contrary, we actually see a lot of benefits if other countries outside Eastern Europe, Caucasus, Southeastern Europe, and Central Asia would become members, because they could more formally share their experience and take part in decision making. But maybe my colleagues would also like to add anything.
Thanks, Christine. Russian Federation, floor is yours.
Вас, госпожа председатель. Мы бы хотели задать 2 уточняющих вопроса. В данном случае наш орган называется целевой группой. Не могли бы вы напомнить нам, какая была изначальная цель, под которую была создана эта группа, потому что это достаточно важно, когда мы меняем ее формат. И также не могли бы вы нам напомнить о том, каким образом, как правило, будет происходить формирование мандата будущей рабочей группы на следующий период? То есть кто будет принимать участие, кто будет его готовить, где будет представляться нулевой вариант? Благодарю вас.
Thank you. Nick, please.
Okay, so my colleagues may correct me about this, but the Joint Task Force, originally a Joint Task Force on Environmental Indicators, so there were no statistics in the beginning, was created with a view to gradually improving environmental statistics and the production and sharing of agreed environmental indicators by the countries of Eastern Europe, the Caucasus, Central Asia, and interested countries from Southeastern Europe. So that was the original mandate. It was for a joint task force, which is normally a body which is set up for a period of 2 years. And it's quite a common practice. We have lots of these joint task forces which do indeed appear for 2 years, and occasionally they are extended for a second period of 2 years. That was, of course, 15 years ago, and I think everybody in this room knows that there is still a lot of work to be done on environmental statistics and indicators. So at that time, indeed, it was looking at methodological challenges for the target countries, and I think that a lot of progress has been made in that, and that the countries with economies in transition, the methodological issues have been tackled very well. I mean, there's always more to be done, but we can see that the scope is evolving. So that's why the Joint Task Force has been talking about this for some time. And the Joint Task Force has already drafted a revised mandate in terms of reference, and that was indeed, I forget what word was used, endorsed perhaps by this group a year ago, prior to being submitted to the Committee on Environmental Policy. So all the documents are there. The mandate in terms of reference and the 5-year work plan were prepared and ready last year. If the Committee on Environmental Policy decides to support the conversion, then what I would imagine is that they would ask us to update those documents because dates are wrong and so on, and present them for possible adoption in the following meeting of the Committee on Environmental Policy next year. That would correspond also to the current mandate in terms of reference of a joint task force, because, as I said, the task force has just been extended for a 2-year period, so until the end of next year. So everything, I think, is in place, and the members of the Joint Task Force have been supporting this change so far. And I think that is really, I don't know, Michael, I think would like to add something, if you would allow, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. I think it's actually a good question to ask. What was the initial mandate of this group? And when you look at the proposed changed mandate, it's strongly inspired by the original one. So this original spirit is still there. There is maybe a bit of change in wording, and there is something added to it. Because we also should not forget that one of the tasks of this group was also to support the working group on environmental monitoring and assessment with technical assistance. I don't know exactly how it was formulated in the group. And this is actually a bit of a paradox situation. On the one hand side, this group has a strong capacity development focus, and on the other hand side, it should provide methodological support to another group. So yeah, this task would benefit actually a lot if the group was bigger, and actually we had a broader view on those things. So I just wanted to add this, but again, also the concern of the Swiss colleague about this kind of capacity development aspect and focus on countries in transition is still there, but we also have to take into account that many of these countries have developed a lot. So the task force has really achieved its goals in many ways, and we are now 15 years later, so we have to also consider the changes and the developments. But as Christine rightly said, capacity development can only benefit from enlarging the group because we can learn from each other. This is just what I wanted to add, and also this big paradox situation that we have, that on one hand side it's about capacity development, on the other side it's about methodological support to another group, which is difficult to manage at the same time with that type of group. Thank you.
Thank you, and my apologies for coming back, because I mean, previously, well, now we are in a rather in-between situation, because as I say, and as you can see, there are many countries from Western Europe who participate now in the Joint Task Force. But previously it was really a forum for sharing experiences between the countries with economies in transition. And sometimes presentations from more developed countries in terms of environmental statistics and indicators developed in that sense to the members of the Joint Task Force. Whereas I think we all know that the situation has changed a lot, and it's not sufficient maybe just to be sharing experiences between the countries. That they have a lot more experience now, and they have things to share with Western countries, just as the Western countries have things to share with them. So it's a continuation of capacity development, but it's framed differently, and it's less about building the capacity of somehow weaker countries. It's more about achieving common standards and harmonization, and sharing experiences between much more equal countries in terms of environmental statistics and indicators. That can be direct. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Mike. Any other question? Michael, please. Okay. Agenda item 3, proposed decisions. The Joint Task Force requests its members to provide information at national level to members of the Committee on Environmental Policy to support informed decision by the Committee on the proposed conversion of the Joint Task Force into a joint working group. Comments? No. Thank you very much. Proposed decision is adopted. And with this, we close agenda item 3. According to agenda, we will next address item 4. Item 4, ongoing developments with relevance for the work of the Joint Task Force. So I invite Nick, from the UNETSE Secretariat to present overview of activities to support implementation of main outcomes of the 9th Environment for Europe Ministerial Conference with relevance for the task force. Nick, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just an update on a presentation we also made last year, so I won't spend much time on it. Because this is an overview of the different outcomes from the Nicosia conference in terms of what is expected regarding environmental statistics and indicators. So one of the big areas which we discussed in Nicosia was about the shared environmental information system and how it had generally been established. So there was a call there to implement all the pillars of the shared environmental information system and to close gaps. And we continue to work on that in more detail. And there will be we had last year the review of the air theme, and this year we have the theme waste and circular economy. And that's being tackled by a review which will be presented in the working group, in fact, next year. But also in terms of a regional training which was organized in June in Vienna and online on waste and circular economy statistics and indicators. And that was organized jointly with our colleagues in the United Nations Industrial Development Organization and the Environment Agency Austria. So thanks again there. And then making information publicly available, findable, accessible, interoperable, reusable, and so on. So this we continue to address in every meeting that we have. But I would also like to highlight here the launch at the beginning of this year of a National State of the Environment report by Uzbekistan, which was a very really a wonderful event. And that was the result of a very good cooperation between Uzbekistan, UNECE, and UNEP. And I think it was a successful outcome. And actually, we are also working now with Turkmenistan on a similar effort. So I see it comes on, it's reported separately here. Then on open data, big data, state-of-the-art digital technologies, we actually had some discussion on good practices at the most recent session of the working group, where a lot of Finnish experiences were actually shared in terms of using artificial intelligence, machine learning, Earth observations, and so on. So that's where we are with that. In terms of keeping the pan-European region under regular review, well, we'll be talking later about the planned next 8th Pan-European Environmental Assessment. We will be talking about the indicator selection for that assessment. And then I'll be presenting that also to the Committee on Environmental Policy in a few weeks to talk about the process, not about the indicators. Then in terms of Pan-European e-waste partnership, well, we're talking about waste this year, waste and circular economy. We have not been doing much on e-waste. I think we've had some presentations by our colleagues at the United Nations Training and Research, UNITAR, United Nations Institute for Training and Research. But we do not have much activity on an e-waste partnership as such. And if there are proposals in this area, that would be very welcome. Then broadening access to reliable, detailed information on chemicals and waste. This is, again, we're talking about waste again. And I think Christine mentioned that last year we also talked a bit about chemicals in terms of linkages with health impacts. So we are continuing to talk about that, and of course the topics are covered within the guidelines on environmental indicators. On the common pan-European methods and systems for monitoring and information management, continue to share good practices in the joint task force sessions. There is capacity development, especially on the system of environmental economic accounting, which Michael leads with OECD at annual seminars on that topic. And in terms of the framework for the development of environmental statistics, you will see again in this the guidelines on environmental indicators, but that framework has been used to structure the environmental indicators. On employing the revised indicators, so we will continue to work on the use of the indicators in terms of sharing good practices in meetings, but also looking at possible capacity development activities. And maybe Christine will have something to say a bit more about future capacity development as well later in the meeting. And then the request to look at tourism indicators in UNEC statistical databases. I don't think we have any real progress to report in that area. And final slide, in terms of common understanding of sustainable and safe infrastructure and transboundary cooperation. Well, of course, we will be talking later today about sustainable infrastructure, sustainable and resilient infrastructure, I believe. On access to diverse information sources and reliable, up-to-date quality data and statistics. Of course, that's just a cross-cutting theme throughout the work of a joint task force and the partnerships amongst national statistical offices and related agencies. I mean, that is part of the purpose of this body. I think that is all I have for now, and thank you.
Thank you, Nick, for presentation. Do we have any comment? Thank you.
I was quite frank about the two areas where we have not maybe made sufficient progress. One is on the tourism indicators. This is not something we've dived into. It was a topic which did appear in the previous Pan-European Environmental Assessment, but it's not been brought forward in the guidelines for environmental statistics and indicators. But if there are proposals for how that might be brought forward, they would be very welcome. And the other area where it's a bit weak, but I mean, which is on the e-waste partnership. And there are things being done by partners, but there is no e-waste partnership as such, and maybe it was too ambitious, but if you have ideas about that as well, that would be very interesting. Thank you.
Okay, no questions, no comments. Thank you, Nick. So, proposed decision reads, the Joint Task Force welcomes activities implemented by Member States and Secretariat to support implementation of the outcomes of the 9th Environment for Europe Ministerial Conference. Invites Member States to continue implementing relevant outcomes of the Ministerial Conference and to regularly provide updates to the Joint Task Force. request Secretariat to inform Committee on Environmental Policy and the Conference of Europe Statisticians on the activities implemented to support outcomes of the Ministerial Conference. No comments from your side. Thank you very much. With this, we adopted decision. And now I invite Christine from Secretariat to present overview of main activities of the 26th session of the Working Group on Environmental Monitoring and Assessment relevant for the Joint Task Force. Christine, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As mentioned before, in your last session in October 2023, you requested the Working Group on Environmental Monitoring and Assessment to provide you with regular updates on relevant outcomes and activities of the Working Group. And that's why this presentation I will present now will focus on those outcomes and activities implemented by the Working Group on Environmental Monitoring and Assessment, and specifically provide an overview on the outcomes of the last session of the Working Group, which took place on 18th and 19th of April 2024. The presentation covers basically all recommendations and decisions that were made at the last Working Group session, also for your records. I will just provide the details and focus especially on those that are specifically relevant for the Joint Task Force. So the Working Group on Environmental Monitoring and Assessment during its last session confirmed its commitment to continue its support to the implementation of the outcomes of the Nicosia Ministerial Conference, subject to the availability of resources. We also just heard from Nick which activities have been implemented either by the Working Group or by the Joint Task Force, or partly also together. The Working Group at its last session in April 2024 also proposed or discussed, first of all, what results of its work could be contributed to the midterm review of the Nicosia Ministerial Conference, which is planned to be conducted in 2025 by the Committee on Environmental Policy. And the Working Group actually decided to contribute the progress reports on the implementation of the shared environmental information systems on the themes air and waste and circular economy that are conducted. So the progress report on air has been finalized and be presented actually to the CP and the Working Group already in the past, whereas the size progress review on waste and circular economy is still ongoing. The Secretariat has received submissions from various countries. I would like on this occasion, however, also extend to those countries who have not yet submitted their report to please still do so in order to be able to produce a more complete picture of the situation in our region. The Working Group also decided to contribute other findings and results of the Working Group to the midterm review, and especially also results from strengthening reporting on the environment in the pan-European region. The Working Group at its last session also adopted the timetable of activities for 2025. You see the document number here in case it's of interest to you. There are on several occasions in this document also cross-references to the Joint Task Force. As we heard before, the Joint Task Force is also has also the objective to support the Working Group on Environmental Monitoring and Assessment with methodological work related to environmental statistics and indicators. The Working Group also agreed on an outline of the revised guidelines on environmental monitoring and reporting. When it comes to financial and resources, the working group also requested its members and the Secretariat to continue their fundraising efforts to enable full implementation of activities planned for the period 2024 and 2025, including the revision of the guidelines on environmental monitoring and reporting, as well as the holding of the next session of the working group, but also holding of the next session of the Joint Task Force. There were also discussions during the last working group session on developments related to environmental monitoring. The group benefited from various very interesting presentations by Austria, Finland, Georgia, the group on Earth observations on applying latest technologies related to environmental monitoring. That was very interesting. And related to environmental information systems, the working group adopted the shared environmental information system report on the theme air, as I just mentioned before, on air quality and air pollution. The working group also welcomed the use of the revised ECE environmental indicators by countries and in the size progress review. The working group also took note of information provided on the upcoming size review on waste and circular economy. I've just mentioned this and an extended deadline basically, and invited countries to still submit the report. And the working group at its last session also requested the Secretariat to prepare together with the working group the size review on waste and circular economy as an official document for the next session of the working group. The working group also suggested tentatively to review the environmental themes biodiversity in 2025 and energy in 2026 by using the shared environmental information system assessment framework while employing the revised UNEC environmental indicators. So next year, the topic will be biodiversity that will be reviewed. The working group also requested the Secretariat to explore the possibility of organizing a regional training event on the revised indicators within the theme for 2025. So the Secretariat is looking currently into this option of organizing training similar like the one that was done on waste and circular economy next year, however, on the topic of biodiversity. When it comes to the Pan-European environmental assessment, the working group confirmed its support for the selection of indicators and in assessing the extent to which Earth observations could be used to generate indicator values. And the working group also confirmed its support for the provision of national data for selected indicators. So there will be a more detailed discussion on the selected indicators or proposed indicators for the 8th Pan-European assessment later today, but also the working group in April has already discussed that, and the Joint Task Force will be invited later today actually to look into this draft selection of indicators and to discuss it further. Under agenda item 9, the working group also shared experiences related to the integration of economic, social, and environmental data. So several countries and regional and international regional organizations have presented latest developments, and the working group took note of those developments and suggestions, and invited also the regional and international organizations and countries to continue to provide with regular updates. And last but not least, the working group has requested the Secretariat to inform the Committee on Environmental Policy of the outcomes of the whole meeting. With this, I hand over back to the chair, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Christine. Any comments for presentation? Thank you. Now we have relaxed minutes, coffee break. So 20 minutes for coffee break. Please be on time. At 11:30. Nick.
Maybe just once we've adopted some decisions on this point, the procedural part of the meeting is over, and we'll start really getting into more substance. So I hope it will be of interest to you. Thank you.
Yeah, and those colleagues who know the way to the cafeteria to get a coffee maybe would like to show the way. Those who don't know it, it's one level down and there is a sliding door. You have to go outside, so maybe you want to bring your umbrellas and then you can go from the outside to the cafeteria to get a coffee. Unfortunately, this is the only thing that we can offer because this building is still in reconstruction. But some of you know the way, so Nick, you can follow Nick.
Thank you very much, delegates. We will continue with item agenda 4. So we heard Christine's presentation, no comments from your side, and proposed decision reads, the Joint Task Force takes note of the information provided by the Secretariat on the outcomes of the 26th session of the Working Group on Environmental Monitoring and Assessment, and invites Working Group to regularly inform Joint Task Force on relevant outcomes of its sessions and activities. With this, if you have no additional comment, with this, we adopted decisions, and we will continue with agenda 4. I invite Working Group to regularly inform Joint Task Force on relevant outcomes of its session and activities. I inform you that we will see next presentation plan 8 pan-European mental assessment for which draft concept has been prepared, which will be shared with the Committee on Environmental Policy at its upcoming session in November. As in the past, Joint Task Force invited to contribute assessment, and today discuss preliminary selection on environmental indicators that could inform 8 pan-European assessment, and the ECE member states are strongly encouraged to produce in support of improved decision-making. Official document with proposed indicators was made available prior to the session. So I invite now Christine from the Secretariat to provide short overview on proposed indicators. Christine, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as announced by our chair, the next presentation will be on the upcoming and planned 8 pan-European environmental assessment, and especially the presentation will inform and provide an overview on a proposed list of selected environmental indicators that could be used for this upcoming assessment. And here the Joint Task Force has, of course, an important role as it's one of the objectives of the Joint Task Force is to provide methodological guidance and support the working group and the Committee on Environmental Policy in producing this assessment. Just a little bit of context at the beginning and to recall what has happened in the past. Ministers have acknowledged the importance of regular indicator-based environmental assessments at the last Environment for Europe Ministerial Conference, which took place in Nicosia in 2022. And ministers also confirmed their commitment to keep the pan-European region under regular review. And as mentioned before, also the Working Group on Environmental Monitoring and Assessment discussed already a concept of this next pan-European assessment, because one of the objectives of the Working Group is to support the development of regular pan-European environmental assessments. And the Working Group at its last session welcomed the concept and asked the Working Group and the Secretariat to forward this concept to the Committee on Environmental Policy. At the same time, the role of the Joint Task Force is to support the Working Group with methodological challenges related to the environmental indicators used for assessment, and also support with the selection of the indicators. That's why we have this discussion today. What concerns the 8 pan-European environmental assessment as such, I mean, there are still some question marks because the next meeting of the Committee on Environmental Policy will take place only in November, early November this year. And the themes for this next ministerial conference have not yet been identified. However, both the working group and the joint task force need to already discuss now the way forward and next steps, because the actual preparation of the assessment will take a significant amount of time. As mentioned before, a concept was already developed, which will be presented to the Committee on Environmental Policy. And there is also a draft selection of indicators that has been prepared and which was made available to you in official document ECE/CPCS/GE.1/2024/3. So this document with the proposed list of selected indicators was made available at the meeting website prior to the meeting and lists all the indicators that are suggested for the next assessment, with the exception of the indicators on the specific themes for the next ministerial conference, as these were not yet decided upon. The selected indicators or the proposed indicators are mainly based on those indicators that were used for the last assessment, complemented with indicators of the UNEC guidelines for the application of environmental indicators, the 2023 edition, and other relevant assessment processes. In the next slides, I mean, it's probably a bit difficult to see here, but as said, the document is available on the website, but the next slides show basically screenshots from this document where all the indicators that are listed are proposed. And we see here actually the document follows basically the structure of the proposed next pan-European assessment. So in the left column, you see the chapter or section of the assessment. For example, here we have chapter 3, which is on environmental state and trends, and then we look into the different environmental topics, atmospheric air and the ozone layer, and here in the second column you see the proposed indicators, and next to it whether the indicator was used in the last assessment, and then in the last column on the right side you see also the sources of the indicator, whether it's an ECE indicator, SDG indicator, or an indicator, for example, also used by the European Environment Agency. In some cases, the proposed indicators meet all these, basically are used by all organizations, like it's an ECE indicator, EEA indicator, and SDG indicator. And yeah, as mentioned, here is the full list of all the indicators. I'm not going into detail now because that would not that would exceed the time we have available. But as said, this document was made available to you. Here we can see, for example, some indicators related to water. For example, proportion of bodies of water with good ambient water quality, which is also an SDG indicator, but also an EC indicator from the revised guidelines. We also have an indicator suggested here on the number of items on beach per 100 meter of shoreline and plastic composition, which was also an indicator that was used in the last pan-European assessment, and many more indicators on the different topics. For example, also here on biodiversity and ecosystems, we have a proposed indicator related to the share of total protected areas, which is also an indicator from the ECE guidelines on environmental indicators. We also have an indicator on total land uptake, which is proposed also for the 8th pan-European assessment, also to see whether there was progress since the last assessment on this indicator. As said, the document is available on the website, and just a little bit on the timeline, the proposed timeline for the development of the 8th pan-European assessment and the indicator selection. So today we will have a discussion on this document that was provided to you, document number 3, with all the proposed indicators. And we invite the Joint Task Force to discuss this preliminary selection of environmental indicators, but also to look into a selection of indicators that can be derived through the use of Earth observation. So we can also have a discussion on which indicators could be derived through the help of Earth observation. And there could also be a discussion, and the Joint Task Force is invited to discuss challenges related to the production of specific indicators and to discuss how those gaps could be closed from now on, so that when the actual preparation of the pan-European assessment starts, that the data and indicators are available to as much as possible. The outcomes of today's discussion will also be presented to the Committee on Environmental Policy, which meets on 6th to 8th of November this year. And next year, actually, the Working Group on Environmental Monitoring and Assessment will agree on more details regarding the design of the assessment. Also will start the drafting of terms of reference for consultants. And in October next year, we are expecting to basically agree on a final list of indicators, except those relating to the specific themes of the conference, which will be determined only in November next year at the 30th session of the Committee on Environmental Policy. So only following the CEP next year, the indicators for the specific themes will be determined. But otherwise, we hope that next year in October, the list of indicators actually can be finalized. Because the actual preparation of the assessment will need to take place mainly in 2026. And progress in the development of the 8th Pan-European Assessment will be discussed both in the working group and in the Joint Task Force in 2026. And also the Committee on Environmental Policy will be consulted then later in the year, especially probably also again in November 2026, about the outcomes of the discussions and the development, the status of the development of the assessment. And hopefully then the main bulk of work in developing the 8th Pan-European Assessment will be completed in late 2026 or early 2027. Member states will, of course, be invited to review the assessment, and it is expected that in early and mid-2027, we will be able to work then already on a summary for policymakers on the design and layout of the assessment and the printing, and that it will be launched at the expected 10th Ministerial Conference, which likely will take place towards the end of 2027. So with this, I'm coming now to the last slide with some questions, and also invite the Joint Task Force to discuss this document number 3 on the proposed selection of indicators. Also whether you see specific indicators that are especially suitable for being derived through Earth observations. Also to discuss any challenges at the national level to produce the data and the indicators, and whether there is any specific capacity development needs that you see would be important in order to meet sort of the requirements of producing these indicators. And of course, there could already be a discussion on indicators related to the chapter on green economy, because that's also still missing. Whereas for the conference, specific conference themes, we still need to wait a little bit. But yeah, with this, I'm concluding my presentation and invite members of the Joint Task Force to discuss document number 3 that was made available. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christine. So, dear delegate, floor is yours. Questions? Austria, please.
Madam Chair, I think we had already very good pre-thinking, this conceptual development on this proposal of indicators. And while we were focusing this year much on waste and circular economy indicators, I would like to ask the other colleagues whether we should not consider to add the circular material use rate to the indicators in the field of waste management and circular economy. We already have in there the main components of this indicator, which is the domestic material consumption and recycling rate. But this circular material use rate developed a few years ago by Eurostat is now increasingly used for really assessing the actual operational progress towards a more circular economy, and I think it could be quite useful. The question naturally is whether we have enough data from all countries of the UN ECE region, but I think we are moving towards that. And we'll have tomorrow afternoon a presentation which also goes to this specific point.
Thank you, Austria. Netherlands, please.
Madam Chair. I think that the proposed list of indicators looks fine to me, but I have some possible additions, and also I need some more clarification about some indicators. First, the possible additions. If you look at the atmospheric air, then we have several indicators on the concentrations in the air of several pollutants. But I think that there could be one extra indicator, and that's a rather official one, and that's about premature deaths on fine particular matter, PM2.5. It's a SDG indicator, 11.52, and it is also an indicator in the EU 8th Environment Action Programme, and it's also covered in the European Green Deal, the Zero Pollution Action Plan. There's even a call there, minus 55% in 2030 compared to 2020. So I think that should be a relevant indicator which may be included in this list. Then about the climate change and the greenhouse gas emissions, I think that it would be useful to have an indicator on the bunker fuels of international transport, because the international transport itself is not part of the Paris Agreement, so we should also include the essential parts which are excluded there. And I think that we should have something about the global methane pledge, minus 30% in 2030 compared to 2020. So some kind of methane indicator would be useful there. And then in the part about the sustainable infrastructure, there is also something about the $100 billion commitments. Of course, that's a useful indicator, but there is also in the Paris Agreement reporting, we have information about the support given by the developed country partners to the developing country partners. These developed country partners are obliged to provide this data, and the developing country parties are encouraged to provide the data. So in the coming Paris Agreement reporting with the deadline at the end of this year, we have information on that, on these financial flows. So that could be, it may be useful to get some indicators there. And then some clarification which I need. I'm still a bit puzzled why there is no e-waste indicator anymore. And the other one is, it's about the sustainable infrastructure. There is something about sectors where they do cost-benefit analysis, and I have no idea how it is defined there. So maybe some clarification can be given there. That were my remarks. I have also something about the Earth observations, but maybe that's another. Should I provide them now or later? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Any other comments for the proposed indicators? United Kingdom, please.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, just two comments, really. Two comments. One on the green economy indicators. It's mentioned as being TBD, so interested to understand the process for that. It's an area that might be of interest to ONS, and also note that the only reference to health really is via noise, and whether there's any consideration for wider indicators around health. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other question? No, thank you. Nick, please.
No, sorry. Maybe I can start, and then I think Michael and then Christine will have a lot more detail. One thing I wanted to highlight is this column in the table, which shows whether the indicator was used in the previous Pan-European environmental assessment. And I think it's particularly important to look at the ones where it says no, because one of the driving criteria for the selection last time round was whether there were data from countries across the region. And in the previous assessment, we split the region into a number of sub-regions. Some are fairly predictable. I think it was Eastern Europe and the Caucasus, Central Asia, Southeastern Europe, European Union, and Western Europe, which also included, for example, Israel. So those were the regions. And if an indicator, we were not going to be able to provide information on an indicator from most of those sub-regions, then it wasn't included, because we're not going to be able to tell anything about a pan-European assessment. So you might wish to pay particular attention to the ones which are new, and whether you feel that your country is going to be able to contribute to in terms of providing data for those indicators. Another point I would like to make is we've had some really good suggestions for additions. Please be enthusiastic also about deletions, because I think we need to keep it as manageable as possible. And though we will come back to the Earth observation dimension, I think that's another aspect to think about. So when the Netherlands brought up methane emissions, for example, maybe the best source to get data across the region is from Earth observations. So maybe other countries don't need to be too nervous about that, because there are ways of producing those statistics in other ways. Just on the green economy, that's because we're waiting for guidance from the Committee on Environmental Policy about the scope of the study before we go more into that area. On health, very good points raised, and well, you heard the Netherlands already suggested the PM 2.5 caused deaths, which is indeed an SDG indicator, so that's something we should go for. And I think that data is fairly good across the region, so I think it's something that should be feasible. But maybe there are other ones which we could be picking up on. I don't know if there is anything water related. And then, yeah, sustainable infrastructure. We will be talking about that a bit later today, and we will have to see what sort of better indicators we can manage. It was one of the themes of the previous Environment for Europe ministerial conferences, and the consultant who worked on that chapter came up with some ideas about indicators for sustainable infrastructure. but things have moved on since then, and maybe we can be a bit more sophisticated now, or maybe not sophisticated, maybe some simpler indicators actually, because it was a real struggle to come up with indicators which would be helpful. Yeah, e-waste. I don't know about that, but I don't know who wishes to go first.
I think there is no specific reason why e-waste was not yet in this list. I think it's mainly because during the last assessment there was no specific indicator used for e-waste, but I fully agree and understand that this is probably an area we should consider actually. And we of course invite members of the Joint Task Force to come up with a suggestion for a specific indicator related to e-waste. So if the representative from Netherlands would have a specific indicator in mind, that would of course be helpful. Just something which I forgot to mention before. I mean, or let's put it like this. I said actually I presented the timeline, and I said actually that the indicator selection will be finalized only in the next session of the Joint Task Force. So there is still time for all members of the Joint Task Force to review this document number 3 and the list of indicators more in detail. And provide also, there's a possibility to provide the Secretariat with written comments on the list of indicators. But we took note of the suggestions made already now, and it's actually very good additions and suggestions made. But if there are any additional comments, please do let us know actually. Thank you. And
Thank you. I think it was lots of very useful comments that we have received from delegates. Thank you very much for this. But I think it still kind of reemphasizes there is one question, which is relevance versus data availability. And I think this has always been a challenge in these assessments, because very often, like Johannes proposed, to use the circular material use rate, knowing that not every country will be able probably to produce this information. So the question is, how should we deal with the situation that we have countries that have all the data available, the methodologies available, like the European Union countries that actually report under the European Circular Economy Framework, that we can expect this indicator from them, but we cannot expect it from others. So the question is how to deal with the situation. Should we give the option of having a proxy indicator, something else, like for example recycling rates or whatever? Or do we define the list of indicators, let's say, by the weakest element, so meaning that where we can expect that all the countries have it available? And I think this has been one of the criteria in the past. And I just would like to raise the question again, is this really a good approach? Because we know that some of the indicators that have been chosen in the past were not the best ones, but most of the data, or we could expect data from most of the countries. So there is we have to find the right balance, but maybe Johannes has the answer for that.
Back to this specific example. We have in the list the domestic material consumption, and we have it also in the SDG indicators. We have on the list the recycling, and then you just still need to add a little bit data from customs, import and export, which typically all the countries here have. So it would need a little bit an effort to get to a really relevant integrated indicator. And that's also why we will present a little bit in more detail tomorrow afternoon. But as we said, capacity building is one of the main goals of the task force.
Thank you, Austria. Nick, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So indeed, on this question of not going for the simplest but most useful, I think we've had several examples of this. So the previous assessment was prepared in the lead up to a ministerial conference in Nicosia, and we tried to put a bit more of an emphasis on marine. But marine was quite difficult in some areas, and there were some indicators which were just spot values, really. And in fact, even spot measurements, the acidity of the seas, for example. so there were just a few data. And then we had these two very difficult themes for the conference. One was sustainable infrastructure, which we know is difficult. And the other one was sustainable tourism and circular economy, which was, again, a very difficult topic. And again, a very sparse data. But we tried to pull together some information to illustrate in a way what could be done without necessarily expecting that we would have data for a whole region. And there's one part which has been included this time, and it was forgotten last time, which was noise. We omitted noise last time round. And we know that noise data is still sparse across the region, but it's a theme which should be in the assessment so that it's complete, and we will do what we can with that. It's different maybe with some of the other themes where there are lots of indicators and lots of data around air pollution and water and so on, where we can be a bit more selective in terms of trying to find indicators where we've got more data. But there are going to be themes where we just don't have data. It's going to be sparse. And I would agree with Michael that we shouldn't then drop them. We should use it as inspiration for further action. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Now I invite Joint Task Force to discuss, in fact, suggest those indicators that should be produced to help Earth observations. Netherlands, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I think that in some sense it's already answered because the air pollution is of course important here to connect it with health issues. But it's not only about the health of the people, but I also think that there is a possibility to make a link to the health of the nature. And then in particular to look at the nitrogen deposition because it's really relevant to use Earth observation data and all kinds of modeling, and it's already present, I think, to see where the nitrogen comes from. And it's not only domestically produced, so it's from other countries coming in your country. So that might be interesting, and probably you need to have some help from a joint research center. And I also recommend to have contacts with OECD because they do also a lot of work here, especially to get data outside the European Union. And then I'm thinking about the land cover or land use, that kind of data. Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other proposals for indicators produced by Earth observations? Nick, please.
Yeah, maybe just to respond on the nitrogen question. This was dealt with quite a lot by our colleagues, I believe, in the Air Convention, working also with Centre of Ecology and Hydrology in the UK. So I think that it is something we could try to include in as well. Just more generally on the Earth observations, last time round we had some on land cover and land degradation and desertification and so on, and we would try to do something like that again. They were a snapshot at a particular point in time, and maybe if we repeat the exercise now, we'll be able to at least have 2 points on the time graph. But if by looking through the indicators, if any of you have ideas of sources of information which might help us derive indicator values from remote sense data, and you know who would do that for us, I think that's an important qualification. That would be really valuable, and I think that everybody would be happy because they would not have to provide the information individually. So maybe it's not going to come today, and as Christine was saying, this is the start of a year process maybe of you thinking more about possible indicators. So we really would appreciate all your guidance on how to provide an assessment across these indicators. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Any other proposal? No? Unep, please.
Since this is my first time to take the floor, it's a pleasure to join. As you know, I've took over from my other colleagues who have been sitting on this seat on behalf of UNEP. As you all know, we are in the process of finalizing the 7 Global Environment Outlook, which currently are almost finalized in terms of identifying some of the indicators that I think we could use them. In addition, we have also recently published our foresight report, which also have a number of indicators that we can use for the process. And for this exercise, UNEP used to be in charge of Chapter 4. I don't know if this is still relevant, but we are offering to still lead it. Thank you.
Thank you. If it
Just to say thank you very much for that, and to underline that the past 2 environmental assessments have been jointly between UNEC and UNEP. One before last was actually a regional element of the GEO process for Global Earth Outlook. Environmental Outlook, excuse me. But the last time was a product from this region. So that's great that the cooperation will be very much continuing. Thank you.
Maybe I should have started by introducing myself. Sorry. My name is Cyril Sioé. I'm an environmental toxicologist and currently leading our sub-regional science policy portfolio. Thank you. I've been working for UNEP for 25 years. And before that, I was working with WHO. So just for you to have a sense of my background. Thank you.
Thank you. So, if you have no, at this moment, proposal, we suggest further comments on proposed indicators and selection of indicators derived from Earth observations can be provided to the Secretariat until the end of this month, 31 October 2024. At the end of this month. Thank you very much.
I mean, just a clarification on the deadline, maybe. I mean, we put 31st of October for the reason of being able to inform the Committee on Environmental Policy about the discussions and comments made so far. But I think we could even be more generous because, as we said, I mean, it's a one-year process of agreeing on the indicators. But maybe, of course, the immediate next deadline would still be useful after this session if you could provide us with comments on until end of October. And then we will inform the Committee on Environmental Policy and then develop this document and the selection of indicators further.
Thank you for clarification. So we reach proposed decision recommendations. So welcomes to the list of proposed indicators for the plan 8 pan-European assessment is set out in document, 3. Shortly 3. So, agrees of, decides that further comments on proposed indicators and selection of indicators derived from Earth observation can be provided to the Secretariat until 31 October 2024. Requests Secretariat to prepare a revised version of the list of indicators for its next session. Commits to support production of and to make available national data for select indicators for the development of the 8 assessment. And request Secretariat to inform Committee on Environmental Policy about outcomes of the agenda item. With this, we adapted these decisions and recommendations, and yes, moving to the next presentation. Yeah. There is no comments. Next presentation, you will hear about recent developments from the UNECE Statistics Division. I invite Michael from the Secretariat to present overview of outcomes of recent work. Mike, please.
Thank you, Chair. So far we have been hearing a lot of the work streams that are led by my colleagues from the Environment Division. But since this is also a joint event, now it's my time to inform you a little bit about important recent activities at that the Statistics Division is responsible of. I also have to thank my colleagues, Gosha and Jonathan, many of you know them, who have also provided slides for this presentation. And before I start, I would like to give a short overview on what the Statistical Division of ECE is working on. So we have grouped our activities in the development of guidelines, recommendations and standards, and you will hear a little bit about the environment-related ones. We're also addressing new topics and concepts, for example, measuring circular economy, measuring well-being, and so on. Oh, I forgot to share. Sorry for that. Then we maintain databases and platforms. Unfortunately, not yet so much about environment, but this is in the making. Then lots of meetings and capacity building activities, and then also the collaboration efforts with other international partners are to be mentioned here. So let me start with some highlights on the work of SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals statistics. We can conclude that the year 24 has been a very productive year for UNEC's work on statistics for SDGs. As in the past 4 years, UNEC has published a report on the progress made towards the SDGs in the UNEC region. The Steering Group on Statistics for SDGs has produced an addendum to the second edition of the CS Roadmap on Statistics for SDGs. The roadmap is the flagship publication of the Steering Group on Statistics for SDGs and was published in 2022. This addendum discusses various conceptual issues that are important in the context of SDG indicator availability and provides guidance to various stakeholders on how to design assessments of national availability of SDG indicators. Related to this is a self-assessment tool for SDG indicator availability that doubles as a project management tool for SDG focal points in national statistical offices. Since early 2023, the task team on communication under the steering group organizes the so-called communication fortnights. These are informal gatherings and discussions on communication issues on and around SDG statistics that are kick-started by brief webinars. In early 24, the steering group established a task team to prepare a paper on lessons learned from the providing statistics for SDGs for in-depth review by the CS Bureau, the Bureau of the Conference of European Statisticians. The steering group, as well as NOBE and UNEC, organized 2 side events to the United Nations Statistical Commission and organized a workshop and expert meeting on statistics for SDGs, which actually takes place right now this week in Tirana in Albania. In this meeting, the steering group will discuss its work plan for 25. 25, yeah, that's it. Then another important activity related to the work of the Joint Task Force is, of course, our continuous work on the system of environmental economic accounting. So we are addressing this issue in various aspects in our work. Most prominently here, I think, are to be mentioned these joint seminars, joint UNEC, OECD seminars on the implementation of the system of environmental economic accounting. In the blue box, you see some highlights from the seminar that took place in March 24. I know that many of you actually attended the seminar. So we had one substantive session which was utilizing the system of environmental economic accounting for measuring circular economy, which is, I think, also strongly relevant in the context of our discussions here. And for example, it included a sub-session on how to measure flows of biomass and bio-based materials in a circular economy. This is something still a bit emerging and a very important topic. So with various presentations from different countries and organizations. And another substantive topic discussed at the seminar was informing climate change adaptation and response policies with the system of environmental economic accounting. So we were looking here also at climate finance, but also measuring ecosystem condition, degradation, and loss of ecosystem services. For example, to have a tool available to measure the impacts of hazardous events and disasters. I also would like to mention that we don't see the system of environmental economic accounting as a silo. We really try to apply the principles of the SEA wherever it makes sense. So we consider the system of environmental economic accounting actually in all relevant work streams. So for example, related guidelines for measuring climate change, disaster-related statistics, and circular economy refer as much as possible to the use of system of environmental economic accounting. Also, capacity development plays a role here. So we have activities supporting countries in implementing sustainable development goal indicators, environment statistics, and the system of environmental economic accounting. So when we do capacity development, the SEA always plays a role. There is not a specific capacity development just looking at SEA, but looking at the information needs of countries and where the SEA makes sense to be used. This is also part of the capacity development activities. I think we can also be very proud of the work, and when I mean we, is not only the Secretariat, but everyone, every country, every organization that has contributed to this work, is the publishing of the so-called Conference of European Statisticians Guidelines for Measuring Circular Economy. These guidelines have been drafted by a dedicated task force in close collaboration with OECD, but also with other international partners such as UNEP, European Environment Agency, UNSD, and many others, Eurostat. And these guidelines actually are being published in 2 parts. The first part is the one that has already been published, which is this part A, which provides a conceptual framework, statistical framework, and indicators proposed for measuring circular economy. And of course, our ECE guidelines on the application of environmental indicators make reference to this work. So this is closely interlinked. You don't have to see this in a silo. And we decided to split this into 2 parts because it was clear that before you can give guidance on how to measure circular economy, you need to have a common understanding what is in the scope of measuring circular economy. And I think the big milestone in this work is that we find a kind of common ground with most relevant international organizations and their expert groups working in the area of measuring circular economy. So we came up with a common headline definition, which is a very simple definition, a conceptual framework, a proposed set of core indicators to be implemented by all countries, and also a set of indicators that can be then additionally used in dashboards, for example. We defined the measurement scope, the terms and definitions, looking at other existing guidelines and not reinventing the wheel for a second time. You find in this document the relationships with existing statistical standards, such as the system of environmental economic accounting, but also the national accounts or the framework for development of environment statistics. And also very interesting in this document are the national and regional examples. So this publication was launched in March 24. Hard copies have already almost disappeared. We had 250, but there was such a big interest that unfortunately today we cannot offer more hard copies out there. I think we have to reprint the publication. The part B, the guide on measuring progress towards a circular economy, is in development. So the task force is now working on this part. We have received lots of feedback from countries through an electronic consultation that was carried out early this year. And in the electronic consultation, we got information from countries, for example, what kind of good case examples they can offer for drafting this document, but also what are the major challenges they have. So when we develop this guidance, it's good to know where should we put the focus on. This guide will also discuss in more particular data sources, the need for institutional collaboration, and also we give practical guidance on producing the proposed indicators. Another work stream that is worth to be mentioned here is the one on measuring hazardous events and disasters. One tangible outcome of this group is a so-called pilot set of core disaster-related indicators, which was endorsed by the Conference of European Statisticians in June last year, actually. And the main idea of these indicators is that they complement the set of climate change indicators that were endorsed by the CS a couple of years ago, with an expanded view on disaster risk management and also adaptation efforts. There is a bit of a refinement of these indicators still ongoing, and we hope we can publish this document with the list of indicators in the next few weeks. Implementation guidelines are currently being drafted. So we will have a dedicated chapter on producing these indicators, and we will have a dedicated chapter on using these indicators. We have also collected lots of interesting case studies that will form part of this publication and where we will make reference in this document. Then I also would like to mention the upcoming 4th Expert Forum for Producers and Users of Disaster-Related Statistics, which will take place end of this month in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. And UNECE Statistics Division is one of the co-organizers of this meeting. We have to know that the first expert forum was actually hosted by us here at ECE. It was in the time of the pandemic. It was an online event, and then it was hosted by our colleagues in ESCWA in Beirut. Then it was hosted by ESCAP in Bangkok, and now it's being hosted in Africa. So you can see that this event is going around the world, and it will be back to us in 2 years' time. This global event actually copies very much the ideas of the Expert Forum for Producers and Users of Climate Change-related Statistics, which has been set up by ECE and member states already, I don't know, to help me, 10 years ago or something like this. So it was a long time ago, and a very successful model for such an event. Yeah, you find here on the slide also the meeting webpage and registration link. So even if you're not able to travel to Ethiopia, you can follow the event online, and it will be also interpreted. The key themes that will be discussed there is integrating disaster statistics into national systems, innovative approaches to data collection and analysis, using disaggregated data for inclusive risk management, enhancing international collaboration and capacity building, and effective communication of disaster statistics. ECE is the main organizer of a side event, which we called From Disaster Response to Disaster Risk Reduction, the complementary roles of quick and dirty data and official statistics. So the basic idea of this event is to showcase that in case of, for disaster risk management, you have multiple producers of information. You can imagine a disaster happens, you have data produced by first emergency responders, for example. and you have first quick estimates about the impact of the disaster, which change over time because the figures are getting better over time until you have the official figure as a post-disaster assessment. And what we would like to discuss in this side event is based on some case examples from across the globe, how these figures have evolved, and also to showcase that these figures complement each other. The outcomes of this discussion will actually feed in the global disaster-related statistics framework, which is being drafted right now. So there is an output expected from this event, which will also then go in an international guidance document. This is, I think, my last substantive slide. When it comes to the UNEC work on climate change-related statistics, which is actually very closely related to the work on disaster-related statistics. We have to say that the year 24 brought a milestone, which is the end of the work of a UNEC task force on the role of NSOs in achieving national climate objectives. The guidance that was developed by this task force showcases what official statistics already has to offer to inform climate change action, covering such topics as reporting under the Paris Agreement, climate change mitigation adaptation, the just transition, informing the public and financial aspects of climate action. For each of the topics, it introduces the policy context, institutional landscape, key stakeholders and their information needs, and explains how the work of NSOs is useful for policy applications, while providing ideas, inspiration and recommendations on how NSOs can further improve their offering and make it more valuable by the data users. The guidance was endorsed by the Conference of European Statisticians in June, based on the support expressed by member countries and organizations through the electronic consultation. The links that you can see here, you can find the full draft sent for the e-consultation and a 2-page snapshot. The final white cover version will be available around the end of November. And just 2 weeks ago, the Conference of European Statistics Bureau carried out an in-depth review on the administrative microdata for climate change, environment and energy statistics, which was based on a paper by Ireland with input from Australia, Netherlands, the International Energy Agency, Eurostat and UNEC, which explores the potential and challenges related to using data from electricity meters, building energy performance ratings and vehicle roadworthiness tests. The paper is not yet available in the public domain, but will be very soon. So if you're interested, keep an eye on the EC website. We organized an official side event at COP28 last year, enabling climate action through data, transparency and finance, which was co-organized with UNDRR, UNOPS and United Nations University in Dubai, and held our annual expert forum for producers and users of climate change related statistics in the end of August. This year, the expert forum focus brought together 53 experts from 25 countries and 12 organizations to discuss institutional arrangements and the role of NSOs and informing climate change adaptation and mitigation. As always, the meeting was organized by the UNEC Steering Group on Climate Change-related Statistics, which also guides the work on this topic and is currently chaired by Canada. And finally, a few words on what is to come. Of course, the publication, there will be a publication and translation of the above-mentioned guidance and some other follow-up activities on the work of the task force, but also start of new capacity development activities under a new development account 17 project, which will be implemented between 25 and 28 in 5 target countries in the from the region. And lastly, please block your calendars for the next expert forum, which will take place from 1st until 3rd of September in Geneva. And also forgot, please block your calendars for the upcoming SEA seminar, which will take place from 18th until 20th of March next year. Okay, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Michael. Any question for Michael's presentation? No? Thank you very much. Next presentation had to be pre-recorded. It is presentation by Marcus Newbury from the United Nations Statistics Division on Global Work on Environment and Climate Change Statistics. So
So unfortunately, as many of you know, the colleagues in New York are having also the expert group meeting on environment statistics right now. Markus was not able to attend our meeting here in person, but as usual, we have this update from relevant work from the global level. And Markus kindly prepared a pre-recorded presentation, but to be able to listen to this presentation, you have to use your headphones.
Good day, dear colleagues. I'm Marcus Newbury from the Statistics Division of DESA. Thank you so much to UNECE for the invitation today. It's a pleasure to collaborate once more, as we have done for many years. I've been invited to present and give updates on global work on environment and climate change statistics.
You can hear it there as well.
The outline of this presentation will cover some of the recent and current work in environment and climate change statistics that our office focuses on, and focus on three themes. Coordination, and in that I'll discuss the history and context of the expert group on environment statistics and how it's added climate change statistics to its body of work. Also, our most recent methodological work and work to support it and implement it worldwide, and that's the global set of climate change statistics and indicators. And thirdly, the data collection, for which we rely upon collaboration and responses from many countries at this meeting, and that's the UNSD UNEP questionnaire on environment statistics, covering the themes of water and waste. To give some background and history on the expert group of environment statistics. So way back in 2013, the Statistical Commission endorsed a revised framework for the development of environment statistics as the framework for strengthening environment statistics programs in countries, and recognized the FDS as a useful tool in the context of the SDGs and the post-2015 development agenda. There was a blueprint for action in supporting the FDES and the establishment of the EGES to develop supporting methodological tools for the FDS, hands-on guidance and training materials to contribute to the implementation of the FDS. And since then, we've seen many countries publish FDES coherent environment statistics compendia in several languages, and we promote these via our website. And first convened in 2014, the EGS was held all the way up until 2023. It met annually to review progress made in the implementation of the FDS 2013. It assessed progress made in development of methodological and data collection guidance in environment statistics for compilation of environmentally related SDG indicators, environmental economic accounts, and for multilateral environmental agreements. And given the growing importance of climate change statistics, back in 2018, at the 49th session of the Statistical Commission, there was an expansion of the mandate to also include climate change statistics and indicators. Once the expanded mandate came to be, more aspects of climate change statistics and indicators were to be covered. And what since was identified was the clear overlap between the two areas of environment and climate change statistics, which can be seen in the FDES 2013, where a number of statistics are also part of the global set and serve as an input to related indicators. Questions from censuses and surveys aimed at collecting data on environment also yields data relevant to climate change. Environment and climate change flow together with respect to capacity development, and the global set is designed to cover broadly the 5 areas in the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and data collection for this set promotes closer collaboration and coordination among multiple stakeholders at the national level. And when countries work with multiple stakeholders at once, countries can collect data for national policy demands as well as international requests. Now we're the expert group on environment statistics and climate change statistics, as it's now known since 2024. will submit one combined report to the Statistical Commission to cover both environment and climate change statistics. A steering group already exists for the EGECCS to help with its core functions, its revision of terms of reference, and there's representation on the steering group from the current chair and co-chair of the expert group, as well as a representative from the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Secondly, and moving to a focus on methodology, so within the last few years, the most recent years from our environment statistics section, the global set of climate change statistics and indicators has been a large focus of our work. And we had a global set adopted at the 53rd session of the Statistical Commission, which was in 2022. The global set contains 158 indicators and 190 statistics, linking policy targets with a climate change analysis breaking down into drivers, impacts, vulnerability, mitigation, and adaptation, and statistical indicator frameworks. Other bodies of work are referenced as closely as possible, such as the Paris Agreement, the Sendai Framework, and the SDGs. And there's an aim to contribute to an independent national policies evaluation and improve data quality and comparable reporting to UNFCCC. The global set tries to help define the scope and content of national programs that countries use for the global set to develop their own sets, as well as regional approaches where indicators have been adopted by various regional commissions of the UN. It can further help with methodological development in prioritized areas and capacity development by the Statistics Division, UN Environment Program, and others who have worked with us. In preparation for this year's expert group on environment and climate change statistics, a survey was conducted by the Statistics Division. We tried to understand best practices in countries who are applying the global set. We're trying to figure out what could be more systematic to the work, what could there be in the establishment of an instrument for countries to be able to assess and compare progress, and so on. We're trying to help streamline further the work on environment and climate change statistics, including closely related frameworks such as the Sustainable Development Goals, SIA, and the Sendai Framework. This could help to improve supply quality of data needed for national policies on climate change, and can help the National Statistical Office or an institution with a legal mandate to comprehensively compile climate change statistics and to consider multilateral environment agreements. There's a hope that international agencies can benefit from this as well. Some of the key messages from the survey that we undertook, we had about 22 or 23 responses from countries. And on the question of has the National Statistical Office established relationships with focal points of the relevant UN conventions in the country and with focal points, overwhelmingly the responses were positive. It tended to be that countries with well-developed statistical systems had engagement with national focal points. It was less common when there was a negative response, yet collaboration is often done on a technical level. On the question of has an institution with a legal mandate to produce and disseminate environment and climate change statistics been defined in your country? Almost every country responded yes. Most mandates were in the National Statistical Office, and few countries reported multiple agencies with their own mandates. And there were also cases where the national focal point is referred to have the mandate for producing statistics. Even in cases where statistical mandates are clearly stated, sometimes responsibilities and relations between NSOs and NFPs may not be clearly defined. Another key message from this was the self-assessment for environment and or climate change statistics and whether or not it had been applied. 15 countries responded positively to having used the environment statistics self-assessment tool or the climate change indicator self-assessment tool. On the issue of had a committee been established or expanded, again, there were overwhelmingly positive responses. This question was trying to figure out degree of collaboration within countries. So we noticed that most countries who replied have statistical coordination purposes within an institutional working group. And in some cases, countries reported more policy-led engagements, including such as those under UNFCCC. So at least for now, some of the conclusions on the survey to learn more about implementation of the global set are that, and we're learning more this very week as we hold the expert group on environment and climate change statistics, the FDES and global set require separately formulated questions, maybe even ones more targeted on policy uses, such as various themes like biodiversity, disasters, or water resources management. Questions need to address more challenging issues that need to be resolved, like sorting out institutional responsibilities, methodology solutions, policy effectiveness, and so on, so that progress can be tracked. And responses already collected by the Statistics Division reveal so many links and further references that countries have provided. And as we research this content, perhaps further subgroups can be formed to address evolving questions. The third part of the presentation and the final part is on the data collection that we've regularly done since 1999. So this is the UNSD UNEP questionnaire on environment statistics. Maybe many in the audience are familiar with it and have even responded to it for their country. It was first mandated by us in 1995 and again in 2003. We're now in the 12th cycle of this. We send the questionnaire to about 160 or 170 countries and areas, and solely rely upon country-owned data to populate, to fill in this questionnaire. There's never any imputation or estimation. No changes in the variables were made from 2020 to 2022, but in 2024, the current one, we're adding food waste and making some small modifications to water. And the 2024 questionnaire has just been sent to national statistical offices this October. Some of the changes this time round, I won't detail them closely, but there were minor changes in some of the water definitions per demand related to system of environmental economic accounting. But a sort of key point to make is that none of these changes will require any updates to time series. Subtle, nuanced changes in wording applied with respect to things like runoff versus river runoff and so on. Food waste is being added as a completely new table in the waste questionnaire, largely per demand from UN Environment Programme, who's doing a lot of work in this area, especially for a sustainable development goal on food waste. So there's 8 new variables about food waste generated by various industries and households, and edible parts of food waste generated, again, by various industries and households. I just want to assure colleagues from countries who provide data to the questionnaire that our data and your data that you're providing is being used very widely in many reports internationally, such as those on screen, published by World Bank, UN Environment Programme, the United Nations Institute for Training and Research, and the United Nations Office for Sustainable Development. So we're getting a lot of exposure and links to policy with the data that we're putting our effort into. So I feel it's very rewarding for us, and I hope it's an inspiration to continue with provision of data. That's all I'd like to say, and thank you very much for the opportunity. Good day, dear colleagues. I'm Marcus Newbury.
Even a speaker is not here. Do you have any question, comments, suggestions? Secretariat can transmit your question to speaker and provide replies in writing form. No questions? Super for Marcus. Now we're moving to pre-recorded presentation of Ms. Therese L. Gemail from UNEP to present developments on statistics related to food waste, plastics, and circular economy.
Hello, everyone. My name is Therese El-Jumail. I'm representing UNEP here today to discuss the developments on statistics related to circular economy, plastics, and food waste. Let me first start by discussing the activities that are being done in relation to circular economy. At the beginning of this year, UNEP published a report entitled Circular Economy from Indicators and Data to Policymaking. This report is based on the guidelines for measuring circular economy that was published by OECD and UNECE at the beginning of this year as well. It has several case studies from countries all over the world where these countries have strategies or indicators used for circular economy. And the purpose of this report is to present how currently the strategies and the indicators are used to advance policy making in relation to circular economy in a selected number of countries. Another big activity that UNEP is doing is a project that started in January 2024 and will extend until December 2026. This project focuses solely on building the capacities, the statistical capacities of countries to help them or to measure their transition to circular economy. It has a purpose of enhancing the technical capacities of the national statistical offices and relevant line ministries to regularly produce circular economy and waste data sets. And this is for the purpose of informing national policy making. There are two expected outcomes for this project. One is the development of tools and training for capacity building in relation to circular economy. And the second one, which is the identification and methodology development for a selected waste stream. And this waste stream has been identified as being the e-waste stream. And I believe my colleague Kees will be speaking after this presentation on this same issue. The project that is currently being implemented focuses on building the capacities of national statistical offices, as well as line ministries such as economy, environment, interior or municipalities, water, and so on. And this is depending on the country's specificities. The project has a global, regional, and national focus as well. In short, this is the work plan of the project itself. In 2024, we are aiming to select, to identify and start the work on the guidelines for measuring one waste stream, which is currently being identified as e-waste, as well as starting between 2024 and 2025, the regional workshops that are going to be implemented in 3 regions around the world: Latin America and the Caribbean, Africa, and Asia. And between 2025 and 2026, we're going to start the national implementation of activities. The project targets 6 countries generally, 2 from each of the regions that I previously mentioned. All along the project, the development of the e-waste guidelines or the updates of the guidelines will be performed, as well as doing some pilot studies in the countries to ensure that the guidelines are implemented or can be implemented according to the purpose that they are identified to be. A second thing that we are working on at UNEP, which is a global footprint tool. This is also in relation to circular economy and in relation to waste. This global footprint tool serves policymakers with critical information on how specific economic activities exerts pressure on the environment, and national statistical offices. It helps them to report on SDG indicators 841 and 1221 on domestic material consumption as well as footprint. As you can see, this footprint tool is divided into um, several calculations, if you want. There's carbon, there's energy, there's water, and so on. Countries will be able to upload their own data and calculate online their global footprint tool. This tool will be available online by the end of 2024. Moving now into the activities that are in relation to plastic waste. UNEP, as you all know, UNEP is custodian for SDG indicator 1411B, which is on plastic debris density. And it is currently being represented by global estimates and national sub-indicators. In order to produce the global estimates, the SDG and Environment Statistics Unit works with academia, in particular Florida State University, to provide data on beach litter originating from national land-based sources. And the unit also works with Karl von Ossieński University of Oldenburg to provide data on plastic patches greater than 10 meters beyond national jurisdiction. In relation to national data, we collect national data using a specially designed questionnaire, and we work closely with the regional CEAS program to reduce as much as possible countries' reporting burden, wherever that is possible. Moving to another activity in relation to plastic waste as well. UNEP, in order to support countries in calculating indicators on plastic along their life cycle, UNEP, together with UNITAR and in collaboration with UNICTAD, UNSD, UNECE, OECD, BRS Secretariat, Statistics Norway, University of Wollongong from Australia, and many others, we are developing a statistical guideline on measuring flows of plastic along the life cycle. This work has already started in 2023, and the plan is to publish the final result by early 2025. So far, there were several rounds of consultations, and they targeted statisticians outside of UNEP and UNITAR, the community of practice on the harmonization of models and methodologies on plastics, of which UNEP is the secretariat, as well as the System of Environmental Economic Accounting Central Framework Technical Committee, of which UNSD is the secretariat. In the beginning of September this year, like a month and a half ago, UNEP and UNITAR jointly launched the global consultation on the statistical guideline for measuring flows of plastic throughout their life cycle. UN member states, national statistical offices, ministries of environment, and other relevant national ministries, as well as regional and global level organizations, were invited to provide their feedback on the draft guidelines, and their feedback is expected to be given by the end of October, which is the deadline for the review. The System of Environmental Economic Accounting section of UNSD also supported this initiative and disseminated the guideline within the SIA Global Network. The use of the statistical guideline by statisticians and other relevant experts will lead to the production of high-quality statistics on plastics, and these statistics can be comparable at national, regional, and global level. And as a result, they will be used to inform policies on various strategically important topics, including the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, circular economy, national source inventory on plastics, as well as waste management. The last topic that I would like to discuss in relation to plastic waste is that the unit also supports the implementation of UNEP projects on national action plans on plastics by facilitating the development of national source inventories. The unit is currently involved in two distinct projects. One is coordinated by the Ecosystem Division, and this project covers 18 countries, while the other project is coordinated by the Industry and Economy Division. And Vietnam in particular is a country that is taking part in this project and has requested to be a pilot country to test the statistical guidelines on plastic along the life cycle, their life cycle, that I've just mentioned in the slide, in the previous slide. I would also like to say that the GPML digital platform contains a lot of material on national action plans and national source inventories on plastic. The last point that I will cover as part of this presentation is the activities in relation to food waste. There were some activities that were implemented in 2023 that were covered under a different project that has now been completed. There was a training that was done in November last year, where Kazakhstan took part of, and it focused on the calculations of food waste on SDG indicator 1231B. At UNEP as well, we have developed an environmental SDG indicators online course, and it has a waste module, and there's a specific section that covers food waste. And this online course is now available in English, in Russian, and in French. As well, earlier this year, there was the release of the Food Waste Index report that incorporates vastly expanded data points from around the world. It provides a significant and more robust global and national estimates. This report as well offers enhanced guidance on measurements across retail, food service, and household sectors. It expands to exploring solutions for food waste reduction through effective approaches, with a spotlight on public-private partnerships. And the last point I would like to mention is that we're glad to inform you that as part of the current round of UNSD, which will be launched this year, as part of the UNSD UNEP questionnaire on environment statistics, we now have a table that focuses on food waste, and that will be for countries to report on and to support the collection of data for SDG 1231B. Thank you very much, and I leave you with a few links for you to check, and wish you the best of luck for the continuation of this workshop. Thank you.
Thank you very much to presenters, Mr. El Gemail. So, speaker is not here, but if you have question, comments, suggestion for this presentation, after lunch, please, after lunch, you can ask for ask question for these two presenters. So we reached lunch break. So we expect you at 3 o'clock at this room. Be on time, please. Thank you very much. Delegate, we will continue with item 4 of agenda. So before lunch, we had two presentations, pre-recorded presentation from Marcos and Teresa. If you have some questions, comments, or comments, please. Michael.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, welcome back from the lunch break. No, I just wanted to say, unfortunately, we missed the opportunity to give the context to the last presentation from UNEP, which was pretty much about recent developments in the areas of circular economy and measuring plastics. And I wanted to emphasize that this work of UNEP is very closely to the activities we do in the EC Secretariat in measuring circular economy, and that we closely collaborate with the colleagues from UNEP in this regard. I also would like to stress one thing that our colleague Therese mentioned. This is this global consultation on the guidelines for measuring plastics. So probably many of you have received the invitation to contribute to this consultation. If not, and if you're interested, just let me know after the meeting and I can forward this to you. The interesting part of this work is that this proposal of UNEP and UNITAR actually is to expand the system of environmental economic accounting with a kind of plastic account where many countries have already experiences, and this work also clarifies a lot of terminological issues, but is pretty much based on existing statistical tools and concepts. So therefore it would be so important to have lots of feedback from the expert community on this global consultation. So I think this was maybe not emphasized enough in the online presentation shortly before the break. But I would like to mention this one more time, that this is a very important work that's carried out by UNEP and UNITAR. And if you would like to contribute in form of constructive, critical comments, let me know and I can forward you the invitation letter for this e-consultation and you can contribute. And this is all I wanted to add here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. So we will continue with item 4 of agenda. Now we're moving to presentation of Mr. Kees Balde from UNITAR on the revision and consultation of e-waste statistic guidelines. It is pre-recorded also presentation.
Today I'm going to talk to you about the e-waste statistics, the guidelines. I work for the Sustainable Cycles program, which is currently hosted under UNITAR. Before that, we were a part of the United Nations University. In our Sustainable Cycles program, we have 20 years of experience of research, of policy advice and training and capacity building on waste, in particular electronic waste, batteries, and plastics, and also textiles and circular economy. And today I'm going to talk about electronic waste. We have made, and why this is important, is that both the quantities but also the type of the products that we're using every day is constantly changing. And through these constant changes, we need to update our statistics, and also the statistical framework that we are using need to be able to capture all of these changes over time. And that's what we're going to be doing in this project, what I'm going to talk about right now. We have published two earlier versions of the guidelines. The first edition in 2015, and the second one in 2018. And the objectives of these guidelines were to support the data producers in making harmonized and reliable national level statistics. These first two versions have been quite successful. A part of this has been adopted in the European Union legislation on how to measure the targets of the e-waste directives, but also outside of the European Union, many legislation has been built referring to the standards laid out in this specification, and also many countries are using the data and this method throughout their policy cycle. At global level, it's also being used for the Sustainable Development Goal reporting, and it's part of the global questionnaires of the UN Statistics Division and from UNEP. Also outside of that, the technical parameters and the methodology are also quite widely referred to and used in the academia and the industry. But we all know that the products that we are using every day and also wasting are changing over time. So this needs to be updated. In this third edition, we are updating the product classification that we're having. That's what we call the UNU key. So one UNU key, it could be a laptop, it could be a washing machine, it could be a refrigerator. And the new products have entered the market, such as charging stations for vehicles, e-bikes, and also these changes have to be reflected in a proper classification. Well, we've tried to map that, and new UNU keys have been proposed. Also, the trade statistics, which is an important input into these statistics, are also changing every time. So we have updated the correspondence tables between the harmonized system used in the trade statistics with the UNU keys, and the average weights per product per UNU key are also changing over time, and these have been revised as well. An important part of the methodology is the lifespan of the products. These lifespans were previously, we had previously data only for the European Union. With this current version, we have lifespans measured in countries outside of the European Union following our methodology. So this has been expanded with that. And we have also made one level further into which materials are embedded in the products. So how many metals are in e-waste, and which metals are those, and where can you find them? We have made some reference tables for that anyone could use, and to enrich their statistics and make them more relevant for decision making. On a methodological point of view, the vast majority of the guidelines stay the same. However, we made further advancements on the mapping of the transboundary movement of electronic waste. Like a lot of that has happened in the revision of the Basel Convention and in the trade statistics. So all the changes on that have been reflected in the guidelines. We've also made further work on how to integrate household and business statistics into the framework, so we see increasingly countries doing household or business surveys, and we don't want this to be standalone, but it has to be integrated into the framework. And we have also added extra sections on how to measure the amount of secondary raw materials which are being generated as a result of waste management, and how to assess e-waste legislation in a country. We're also further showcasing some examples of countries and regions which have used the guidelines and how it could be and how it was relevant for them and some key outcomes of that. We started drafting earlier this year in 2024, and we finalized, and we have a good draft that we have made, which we have shared on Monday with you for public consultation. The consultation period takes 1 month, after which it and after that it will be finalized and it will be further tested in 2025. And it's important to say that we're doing this work in close collaboration with the other UN agencies who are compiling and active on the in making statistics on electronic waste. And in particular, in this project, we're working with UNEP, the team of Therese, who is also one of the speakers in this panel. So we're also very grateful for that. Maybe needless to say, I look forward in also receiving comments from your end on the revision of the guidelines, and these guidelines have been also the basis for monitoring e-waste in the Western Balkans and in the CIS plus in the CIS region in various regional and national monitors. And I would like to particularly highlight that we have also published this week the National E-Waste Monitor of Uzbekistan. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thanks, presenter, for e-waste guidelines. Pre-recorded presentation. If you have any questions or comments for Michael.
Thank you very much. Yeah, first of all, I would like to apologize for the quality of the sound. I hope everybody could manage to increase the volume and to listen to Kees. Yeah, to show the context, Kees mentioned it at the end of his presentation, that is, of course, closely linked to the work that UNEP does in other related areas, such as plastics, for example, but also measuring e-waste. And I believe that this groundbreaking work of UNITAR in collaboration with UNEP and other partners is also very relevant to be considered when we discuss additional indicators. E-waste was, for example, mentioned earlier today. So I think this is really a foundation for our future work, and therefore we believe it's so important to have these updates regularly delivered from Kees Balde and colleagues about this work on e-waste, which actually concerns all of us. Over to you.
Nick, please.
Thank you. Well, first, thank you to the Russian interpretation booth. I know the sound wasn't great, so thank you. And the other thing is, when we were talking about the follow-up to Nicosia Ministerial Conference earlier, I mentioned that e-waste partnership was one of the things there, and that we haven't really done anything there. So just to repeat what it says in the declaration from the Ministerial Conference, it says that there is a need to establish a resource-oriented pan-European e-waste management partnership and further broaden access to reliable, detailed information on chemicals and waste in order to achieve their sound management. And so I just wonder if actually the work which is being done by UNITAR and others, maybe we shouldn't be trying to do more than that anyway, because that would only be a duplication of efforts. And is what's being done already sufficient? if you feel it's not and you want us to do more on e-waste, then we can look to see whether we can give it some priority. But it seems to me that they're doing great work already. So thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Any other comments? Please, UNEP.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And just to add on what Nick just said, or perhaps answer to what he just said, based currently on two mandatory decisions that was made. The first one is a united decision to strengthen the work between MEAs and UNEP and partners, and the second one being the Basel Convention's decision or resolution to foster or to continue strengthening the capacity of countries, not only developing countries, but countries in general, to gather and collect information on e-waste. As we move forward, we all know that we used to consider electronic waste as a global one entity waste. But as we move forward, we come down to the heavy metals, which now encompass other type of toxic, like the one that we can find with mercury, with cadmium, with lead, etc., which means that there is a need that we really deep dive on how we can strengthen this ongoing work. And it's good that colleagues from UNITA have been developing mostly assessing and guidelines material to build country capacity to assess and quantify, qualify these electronic waste. The effort currently has been mostly in Africa, but I think that in our region, which is the Pan-European region, there is really a need. For example, in Central Asia and in East Europe, there is really a need to strengthen country capacity to collect and be able to segregate it. Not the least, we also know that with plastic coming, and specifically plastic which are connected or which are extracted from the electronic waste, even refrigerator, ECs, etc., there is that growing need of building countries' capacity to understand which type of and how to segregate it and how to effectively address the issues that is bringing. This last, I think that was yesterday or last week, the European Agency for Environment has released the report on environment threat, and we could actually see that one of the threat on environment, mostly on water, was electronic waste. I think that you have probably you have seen that that report. So my call would be that perhaps the group should consider maybe recommending that we, in support or together with UNECE, that we really see how we can strengthen this core asset that we can help to avail member states to have that capacity to address all the threats being provided actually by electronic waste. And UNEP, of course, stand available to continue to foster our collaboration together with UNITA, which actually act within the framework of IOMC that most of countries here are beneficiary of the capacity building material being developed. Thank you. Over.
Thank you very much for your comments. We have no comments or questions. Thank you. So we are at the end of this session, so I will read a proposed decision. No?
Yeah. It's okay. We can do this later.
Yeah, well, we can show the first.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Nice. Proposed decision and recommendations. The Joint Task Force thanks experts from the UNECE Statistics Division, the United Nations Statistics Division, the United Nations Environment Program, and the United Nations Institute for Training and Research for their presentation about statistics and indicators for waste and circular economy. Invite Secretariat to continue updating Joint Task Force on international developments related to measuring circular economy and to highlight opportunities for the active involvement Joint Task Force members in methodological work and development of relevant guidelines. Any comments? Nick, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe in the light of intervention by UNEP, we could change that slightly to have measuring the circular economy and waste, particularly e-waste, and to highlight opportunities for the active involvement of the Joint Task Force and so on. So just instead of having only circular economy in the second decision, we refer to circular economy and waste, in particular e-waste. Thank you. Oh, yeah, circular economy and waste. And. No, it is.
Thank you, Michael. So, any other comments? No, thank you very much. With this, we have adopted decisions for this part of agenda, for item 4 agenda. So, we are moving now on the more interactive the discussion, panel discussion on development of common definition of sustainable and resilient infrastructure and statistics and indicators to measure sustainable and resilient infrastructure. So, I'll inform you that this part of the session has been negatively impacted by not being able to have remote presentations. Representative of the International Finance Corporation based in the United States of America had to cancel his online participation. And additionally, the planned live discussion with UNDRR on resilient infrastructure has been replaced by pre-recorded presentation, which unfortunately does not allow for direct interaction delegates with presenter. So, we are fortunate to have excellent speakers from UNEP and OECD here in person. So, we will have a fruitful discussion and achieve strong outcomes, we hope. So, I invite Secretariat to introduce panelists, to provide short introduction on topic and to moderate the discussion. Michael, please.
Thank you, Chair. One small correction. UNDRR is luckily here in person today, Helen. This was a short notice change in the program, and we didn't find time to update the chair's brief, so my apologies for that. I hope this is okay. No, this is my fault. Can I ask the invited speakers from UNDRR, OECD, and UNEP to join us on the podium and just bring you with you your plates, nameplates? I mean, the UNDRR sign, the UNEP and OECD, that would be great. And I switch plates now. Jamais de samedi. Thank you. Thank you for joining me on the podium, us on the podium. Yeah, I'm super excited about being able to moderate this discussion, and thank you for joining us, and specifically thanks Helen for short notice joining us. Yeah, I would like to say a few words up front. So why we have this discussion today. So this was triggered by the outcomes of the Nicosia Ministerial Conference, and the idea is to assist member states to discuss the issues of sustainable and resilient infrastructure, and we aim to enhance the understanding of differences and commonalities of existing definitions for sustainable infrastructure, resilient infrastructure, and other related terms used, to discuss good practice examples as far as they are available, to review gaps and inconsistencies in defining and measuring progress towards sustainable resilient infrastructure, to discuss the need for developing a common definition, and to discuss options for next steps and ways how the Joint Task Force could support international efforts in measuring progress in sustainable infrastructure development. Just about the structure of this moderated session. So my proposal is that we have a short introduction by ECE. Is it Nick? Will you give? Is it surprising? No. So just to give a bit the context why we have this on the agenda today. So this would be Nick, and then my proposal is to have the three experts we have here on the panel from UNDRR, from UNEP, and from OECD. So this is Helen. Nick, I don't know how to. Nick? Okay. So this is Rowan Palmer from UNEP and Peline Atame. And maybe when you start your presentation, maybe you can introduce yourself a little bit more about your work relationships. So the idea is to have short presentations by each of them, and then we will have a kind of moderated discussion. We have prepared from the Secretariat side a few questions to you, and maybe we can discuss along these questions. We also have a few reflections from invited speakers. So this is Arthur from Netherlands, Alexis from Switzerland, and I think Jan from the UK. Have also thought this a bit through and would like to share the ideas with us. But of course, everybody is invited to discuss with us and to raise questions. And this will then be concluded, hopefully with some recommendations on the way forward. Yeah, having said this, Nick, maybe you can enlighten us why we have this on the agenda today.
Thank you, Michael. So indeed, I mentioned before that one of the themes of the previous Environment for Europe ministerial conferences was sustainable infrastructure. And we included a chapter on sustainable infrastructure in the Pan-European Environmental Assessment. And one of the conclusions of the ministers expressed in their ministerial declaration was the need that they recognized the need for a common understanding of sustainable and safe infrastructure and how to quantify progress across countries. So having a common view about how to measure progress in developing sustainable infrastructure. So that was part of the reason why we wanted to pay a bit more attention to sustainable infrastructure. And I also said, before that when we were doing the Pan-European assessment, it was a real struggle to come up with indicators which would be helpful. And the other thing is that we have this United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, which is our governing body, which will meet in April next year. And they have decided to deal with a cross-cutting theme for their high-level segment, which will be climate action and resilient infrastructure for a sustainable future. So a very close theme. As someone who doesn't know the theme well, it seems very close, but I think that we will hear from the speakers that there are quite some differences between these different terms. And so our hope is that we can have some reflections from this panel, which would inform the discussions in the Economic Commission for Europe. and maybe they would have a clearer idea also of what they mean when they talk about resilient infrastructure for a sustainable future. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, so maybe we can just start with our experts to give their short presentations. Helen, would it be okay for you to start? Because your presentation is the first one that we have already uploaded. And I have a clicker here.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm pleased to be here to share a bit about our principles for resilient infrastructure. As Michael mentioned, my name is Helen Ng. I'm a program management officer with the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction here in Geneva. I work in the Infrastructure and Financing for Resilience unit, so our work is mostly focusing on resilient infrastructure, but also leveraging financing for DRR investments. So I do come from a background of working with local government and standardized indicators. So I do have quite a bit of experience around indicators and definitions when it comes to sustainable, resilient, and smart. So I help lead the development of international standards around smart cities, resilient cities, and sustainable cities. So in the conclusion of all the discussions I've had in international kind of discussions around this is that they all kind of relate to one another, and you can't have one without the other. So really, I think that helps to frame our discussion, I think, and I'm looking forward to our discussion today. So just a few slides on, I don't know why it's not working. Am I pointing at the wrong thing? Good. I don't know where I'm supposed to point. I'm trying to. Just say next, please. Or maybe it's, I don't know. Yeah, so we need it. Oh, I think it works. I think I'm able to, yes, it works. So, oh, it's working too much now. Okay. So throughout our engagement with member states, we came across that there is a need for helping them to understand what this resilient infrastructure really mean. And we thought instead of coming up with a standardized definition that perhaps a set or attributes, what we call principles for resilient infrastructure, would help them better understand how to assess what is resilient infrastructure, but also to come up with interventions for resilient infrastructure. So these were developed in consultation with over 100 member states, but also stakeholders and experts that we had as part of expert working groups that helped us develop this set of principles. So, and then following the principles, we also developed a handbook for implementation. So the principles are to provide the key actions, but it's still quite conceptual. So we thought we needed a handbook to help the different stakeholders to really understand and apply the principles. So we developed a handbook. So this is, and as I mentioned, we didn't want to come up with a definition, but of course we still need a definition. So in the handbook, we define resilient infrastructure as timely and efficient prevention, absorption, recovery, adaptation, and transformation of national infrastructure's essential structures and functions, which have been exposed to current and potential future hazards. And this is implementing resilience across all disruption phases should be done through collaborative risk and uncertainty management, multi-hazard assessment, and methods that embrace the systemic nature of national infrastructure. Of course, I will explain a bit more of each of the principles and also the key actions, but we also introduced this concept of net resilience gain. So I just wanted to bring this up. I wanted to share with you because I really think that this is something that we can discuss, and maybe it's a contentious topic, but I think that's good for discussion. When we're promoting this concept of net resilience gain is a long-term collaborative commitment to both address systemic resilience loss, which reduces or removes actions that erode, reduce, or undermine systemic resilience, and B, to enhance systemic resilience, which prioritizes actions that create systems intrinsically resilient to potential disruptions. So what does that really mean? It's just that everything we do must be resilient. So I think people get stuck on the net prefix because they said, if it is net, then we have to calculate it, and if we can't calculate it, then we can't measure it. So we don't have indicators actually to measure net resilience gain. So I think that's just something I want to put forward to see if it is possible to calculate net resilience gain, because right now it's still a concept. And the concept is that even though there might be some interventions that are not resilient, but if the holistic approach or systemic increases systemic resilience, then it still contributes to it. And the 6 principles, and they're not in any particular order, are socially engaged, shared responsibility, continuously learning, adaptively transforming, proactively protected, and environmentally integrated. So maybe I will mention the principle on, just provide an example on the principle on environmentally integrated. So the goal is to work in a positively integrated way with the natural environment, and the key actions underneath this principle. One is to minimize environmental impact, use environmental solutions, integrate ecosystem information, maintain the natural environment, and use local sustainable resources. And for each of these key actions, we do have a corresponding indicator. And these indicators are actually qualitative. So when we were developing the handbook, we had discussions whether or not we would develop quantitative or qualitative indicators. So I come from a background of quantitative indicators, because then that provides kind of a baseline, and also a way for you to do apples to apples comparison. But based on our engagement with member states, and based on our needs of using the principles for assessing current resilience practices, we thought that qualitative indicators would provide a self-assessment approach that would be easier for countries to do, and they could repeat this over years. So this is why we decided to go with a qualitative approach, and it's and we've developed a scorecard to complement it, and it's really it's a Likert scale, so 0 to 5 assessment. And based on the key actions and indicators, then the principles can be used by the governments to help develop interventions for the different stages of the infrastructure life cycle. So for example, I'm just providing some examples on the planning stage. So if, one of the interventions might be to promote the use of environmental information in infrastructure planning. Under the delivery and construction phase, it might be to conduct audits to control the environmental impact of infrastructure systems. And then under the operation and maintenance phase, it's around laying down policies and regulations that contractors and operators maintain the surrounding natural environment to reduce the threat of disruptions to critical services. So as you can see, these indicators can help countries then to come up with recommendations and measures to further enhance their infrastructure resilience. And we are now have been implementing these in countries. So we have, we just finished something in Ghana, and I've been coordinating with Rowan as well, discussing, because they've also done some work in Ghana. So I think how our work relates to the principles for sustainable infrastructure is also really interesting, because we use the assessment that UNEP has done to also look at our assessments as well. And we're also currently starting this work in Moldova. And I think that's it. So look forward to our discussion today.
Thank you, Helen. It was a good start off. So can I invite Rowan to give a short update on your related work on sustainable infrastructure?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Rowan Palmer. I'm from the UN Environment Program. I work in our Resources and Markets branch based here in Geneva, and I lead the team in our branch that's working on sustainable infrastructure investment. The ultimate objective is to help shift infrastructure investments into more sustainable and resilient infrastructure projects, and we approach the problem from two sides. One, sort of working with the investors and the finance community, and the other side is working with infrastructure planners and project developers to make sure that there are pipelines of sustainable and resilient projects that are also bankable and going to attract investment. So I'll just talk a little bit about some of the work we've done on sustainable infrastructure and indicators in particular. The definition we use, you can see on the screen. This is adapted from an Inter-American Development Bank definition that they published in 2018, and that definition was also sort of a meta definition. It was based on a review and synthesis of all of the existing definitions in use at the time. It says sustainable infrastructure systems are those that are planned, designed, constructed, operated, and decommissioned in a manner to ensure economic and financial, social, environmental, including climate resilience. So we consider resilience to be a key element of environmental sustainability and institutional sustainability over the entire infrastructure life cycle. As you can see, it doesn't tell us much about, it doesn't give us any answers, about particular sectors or types of infrastructure that are sustainable or not. It's really focused on the outcomes of infrastructure development, and it, basically says sustainable infrastructure is infrastructure that's sustainable, and then gives us sort of what those dimensions are. But it means that any project or asset, when you're looking at it from this perspective, is going to sit somewhere along a spectrum of sustainability, and the idea is to try and move them towards the right end of the spectrum. In terms of what sustainable infrastructure looks like in practice, much like the resilient infrastructure principles that UNDRR has done, we developed the International Good Practice Principles for Sustainable Infrastructure. These were developed by a working group of about 30 international experts and in consultation with around 80 member states. These are not a set of indicators, but they are 10 principles designed to help primarily policymakers, but other actors and stakeholders as well, think through the different aspects of sustainable infrastructure. They cover things like strategic planning, responsive, resilient, and flexible service provision, avoiding environmental impacts, resource efficiency and circularity. I won't go into the details, and certainly happy to provide the links in the, sorry, I've forgot to go to the next slide. Available here, but we can share it as well. We also have a tool that we've developed with UNOPS. It's called the Enable tool, and it's designed to assess policy alignment in a country with these principles. So in that sense, the tool contains quite a large set of qualitative indicators in the form of questions, but really it's designed for measuring these more upstream processes, not the outcomes of infrastructure sustainability as much. When it comes to measuring the sustainability of infrastructure and sort of outcomes at the project level, there are many available tools for doing this. There are dozens, I would say, of project level measurements, if not more. There's been some efforts to sort of harmonize these. Global Infrastructure Basel's SURE standard is one of these efforts. The relatively new FAST infra label is another one, but there isn't sort of across the board agreement on one, sort of master standard. There's different ones that are used more or less kind of on a regional basis. So from our perspective, this area of sort of project level measurement and indicators of sustainability is very well covered. So this isn't something we're particularly working on, but we are interested in how to measure progress at the national level. Here we have SDG Target 9.1 that talks about developing quality, reliable, and sustainable and resilient infrastructure. But if we look at the indicators, they don't actually measure this. They cover only one sector, and there's no measurement of sustainability, resilience, or equitable access. UNEP a couple of years ago had started looking into coming up with a better set of indicators for measuring sustainability at the national level. And this is, there's many challenges of this, but one of the main challenges is that most of the sort of most easily observable or attributable aspects of sustainability are basically project level characteristics. And so it's hard, short of simply measuring or assessing all projects and then aggregating the results, which can work, for a bank or a company that has a well-defined portfolio. But at the national level, it's not so simple. So we started trying to think about how we could, what indicators can we use to measure progress at the national level? And we made an initial sort of first attempt at this with the idea of there being more work required. I won't go into the details of it. I presented to this group last year on it, and I'm happy to share more details. But just to say, this is an area that UNEP is still interested in working more on and further developing. So yeah, with partners here and elsewhere as well. So I'll stop there, but I'm looking forward to more discussion. So thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, so let's simply continue with Pelin from OECD. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Michael. Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting the OECD to contribute in this discussion. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Pelin Atamer, and I lead the implementation of a program on sustainable infrastructure, specifically in Central Asia, which is within the OECD, I think, the only or the main program that works to build capabilities within governments of countries in Central and Southeast Asia on sustainable infrastructure. I want to highlight that the OECD has been working on infrastructure for decades now, with a view to deliver on economic growth and development, and increasingly on the sustainability agenda. And so we have many teams working on this topic from different policy angles, and we've addressed a range of questions around infrastructure in those decades, including while supporting the work of the Group of 20 on infrastructure. So my background is more policy analysis rather than statistical, the building of statistical indicators, though I do work with indicators and can build some more like qualitative indicators. But I just want to put a small disclaimer here. But I've consulted extensively with the colleagues within the House to come up with something that highlights the work of different parts of the House, noting that we're working at the moment to integrate approaches across the House actually and have a whole of OECD approach to this question. So I will start with the actual OECD statistical definition of infrastructure. We have one, because before we can define sustainable infrastructure, I guess we have to define infrastructure. We have a definition. It comes from OECD report on defining infrastructure developed by the Statistics Directorate of the OECD. And it defines infrastructure as the set of fundamental facilities and systems that support the provision of goods and services that are essential to enable, sustain, or enhance societal living conditions and protect the surrounding environment from erosion and other disasters that reduces the usefulness for economic purposes. The definition also highlights that this set of fundamental facilities and systems are composed of public and private physical structures, as well as intellectual property products that support the effective operation of these structures. So even though infrastructure often focuses on the hard part of the infrastructure, the physical part, this definition also includes intellectual property products. I haven't, for the sake of keeping in line with the 5-minute time for delivering this presentation, I won't go through all the asset types that are part of this definition. But mainly you have two main types of assets, two main categories, which are economic infrastructure, so transport, utilities, flood protection and water management, IT and communications, and then social infrastructure relating to the provision of education, health, public order and safety, culture, and recreation. From the point of view of statistics, the main contribution on the core, so this definition doesn't include what constitutes environmental sustainability as part of infrastructure. That is not covered in this defining infrastructure report that I draw this definition from. But the report refers to the SEEA work that defines environmental goods and services, which brings some additional perspective, an additional layer to this definition, but does not address infrastructure specifically. So it brings some definitions, but it doesn't fully answer the question we're asking today. So I'm sorry, because I realized that the font might be a bit small, but I wanted to look at how we define different types of sustainable infrastructure. So quality, sustainable, resilient infrastructure at the OECD. Those definitions come from key reports that we have written on the topics, and I've tried to highlight the key dimensions and characteristics for each type of those infrastructure, or what they designate. So we have, I think we have pretty, not that they provide the full answer to the questions we're raising today, but we do have some definitions that can highlight some key dimensions and principles, some of them resonating with what Rowan and Hélène were presenting earlier on quality and resilient infrastructure. But the sustainable infrastructure definition remains quite broad. Looking at the key dimensions, it is about environmental sustainability, social sustainability, and economic sustainability. So I will let you appreciate how narrow this is. At the level of project, a lot of references are made to ESG standards for qualification, but it's true that then at the national level, this becomes more complex and not necessarily applicable. So I won't go into the details of those definitions perhaps right now. We can come back to it earlier in the sake of time, but I just want to highlight that the quality infrastructure definition and those key dimensions come from the work of the OECD on developing the G20 principles for quality infrastructure investment, developed with other partner organizations. I think one of them was the World Bank, and I can't remember. I wasn't involved in that work, but OECD led and yeah, in the framework of G20. And then resilient infrastructure, this comes from a flagship publication that was delivered on this topic in 2018, and we have since then continued the work on resilient infrastructure. As regards indicators, so the OECD does not have a standard set of indicators for sustainable infrastructure, nor quality or resilient infrastructure, but it does track and measure progress in this area through a number of indicators and frameworks that can be of relevance when trying to define a set of indicators for sustainable infrastructure. So these include indicators related to green growth, to environmental performance, to FDI qualities, to SDGs, It also includes some more country or regional work, including my program, SIPA, the program that I lead on capacity building, as well as some sectoral indicators, for example, the OECD water governance indicators that can be of relevance. And I added indicators of the ITF and the IEA, which are separate organizations, but the IEA, as you may know, operates under the framework of the OECD, whereas ITF is just hosted, but those are also relevant indicators that could be used for the work. And finally, some key considerations for measuring progress on sustainable infrastructure, and those are more reflections and considerations for discussion. First, there's a need to agree on what we want to measure. Do we want to measure to which extent private investment into infrastructure is developing, especially in economies in development, because this is a very key critical issue when it comes to talking about infrastructure. Do we want to know how many infrastructure projects meet sustainability and resilience criteria? Do we want to focus on greenfield investment, or do we want to include the existing infrastructure base? Do we want to capture the conditions for developing and maintaining sustainable and resilient infrastructure, such as quality of governance, alignment with climate plans, etc.? Two very important considerations regarding the data is to have comparable cross-country data and to have data that is available across the countries that we want these indicators to be applied in. And finally, the OECD really promotes a whole of government approach, taking into account the fact that infrastructure is a horizontal matter. And so there's scope to think about the way that such indicators could reflect this concern of taking a whole of government approach. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauline. So I think we heard a lot of interesting approaches to the issue of sustainable and resilient infrastructure, but I think there are lots of questions in the room because you explained a lot about the policy needs, also about the conceptual understandings. There was a mentioning, I'm just saying, infrastructure systems versus infrastructure versus project-based. So there are different levels on how to look at it. And if you agree, I would have 4 groups of questions to all of you. First inform me about the groups of questions and then we can discuss them. So the first one would be more about the definition. So what you have presented, do you have the feeling now that those things are kind of compatible with each other, or are there things that we have to be considered in when harmonizing approaches? And maybe you can also give some practical examples. I mean, infrastructure is a very broad concept. I can imagine everybody has something different in mind when talking about infrastructure. So it would be good to have maybe one concrete example. What is infrastructure, resilient infrastructure? The second group of questions would be about the importance of that work. And some of you already mentioned you have indicators, and there are no indicators. The third group of question would be, and maybe it's related to the first one, with which lens are you looking at infrastructure? I'm just bringing this example. You can look at an entire transportation system versus looking at a motorway, which might lead to different results in assessing the sustainability of the infrastructure. And the fourth group of questions would be on the way forward. So I hope time is enough for discussing these issues, but I wanted to give you a heads up on what I believe is interesting for this discussion. So if I may start, maybe I can start with Rowan, if you don't mind. So can you maybe give 1 or 2 examples on when you talk about sustainable infrastructure? And do you think the concepts that you have just heard about resilient infrastructure, sustainable infrastructure are kind of compatible with each other, or what are the main differences? What is your take on that? Please turn on the microphone. Yeah.
Thanks very much. So, I mean, examples, as we saw from the OECD definition of infrastructure, which I think is very helpful. I mean, it really covers so much stuff. And I think it's really important to recognize that we have our traditional economic infrastructure that we all think of, things like roads, bridges, buildings, sewage systems, energy systems. But we also have the social infrastructure as well that often gets forgotten or overlooked in the discussion, the schools, the hospitals, etc. And I think the other thing that's really important there is that the recognition of what I would call the soft components of the system. So you have the hard components, which is the actual physical stuff that gets built, but the soft components of the system are just as important, and that's the people, the knowledge, the expertise, the institutions, the processes that are all required to make sure that those systems function. So I think, yeah, I hope I've provided some examples there. One thing I would add that I think is at least not explicitly mentioned there, but from our perspective is really important, is to recognize the natural components of the infrastructure system. So we consider nature a natural infrastructure, which is basically ecosystems, landscapes, elements of nature that provide ecosystem services, many of which are related to infrastructure services, like things like slope stabilization, coastal protection, water quality management, water management, things like this. These are provided by nature as well. And so for us, nature is the third essential component of the overall infrastructure system. You have the built environment, the natural environment, and the enabling environment, which is the soft part of the systems. And then in terms of the definitions, I mean, I think they're all very compatible. I think, one could spend a lot of time getting hung up on the wording of agreeing on a definition, but they're essentially all saying the same things with minor variations. So from our perspective, the sort of agreed upon definition is not so important as long as you're working from a definition that includes the essential components. That's the most important thing.
So, I mean, you spoke about the very specific issue of resilient infrastructure, which is, of course, in the nature of the work that UNDRR does. But what is your take on does this really link with sustainable infrastructure? Is there any relationship, or talking about totally different terms, or is it a kind of a subset? And maybe you can also give an example or two examples, really practical examples about resilient infrastructure.
This goes to what Rowan was just saying. It's, I feel like the definitions are very complementary. And as you saw in the OECD definitions, it lays it out. And I think, for us, our focus is also on climate resiliency, which was included in the sustainable infrastructure definition as well, but we move beyond climate as well. We're not just focusing on climate resiliency, but also other hazards. So for us, I think what's really important is that, you can have, as Rowan mentioned, you can have all these conversations about what does all these mean? And I've been in meetings where for days and days we debate, what is resilient or what is sustainable, and you can go in circles and circles around these definitions. And it all comes down to how does it really support kind of services for our citizens? And I think that's the most important thing to keep in mind. And I think when we talk about infrastructure, I think a lot of people get caught up in the assets, infrastructure assets, but our focus is actually on the systems approach. So looking at the policies, I didn't actually share our definition in the principles about what is national infrastructure, but in there it's a long list of, so it's not just built or physical assets, but it also includes regulatory frameworks. It includes, resources as well. It includes, human resources, it includes capacity. It includes a lot of these components that, Rowan mentioned were kind of the soft infrastructure. And I think that's really important as well as how we support, a lot of times when we talk about our resilient infrastructure, it's a lot about the economic infrastructures, and then countries are always asking us, what about the social infrastructure? So what we say is that the economic, the core economic infrastructure systems actually support the functioning of the social infrastructure systems. So maybe building on this theme about the soft infrastructure systems, I think one example is one of the principles is around continuously learning. So it's actually about taking information from the past or learning, taking information about, risk information, and then developing that into the planning systems to better inform decision making. So, for example, one of the interventions is to set up, for example, under the planning life cycle stage, it could be around setting up a system to ensure that the lessons from previous disasters help to inform future planning. So that's a soft example.
Thank you. So, Pauline, what is your take on that in terms of also terminology and maybe providing a practical example? And if I'm not mistaken, you also said there is no definition for sustainable infrastructure used by OECD, or have I misunderstood this? There is no definition on sustainable infrastructure.
It refers to the same definition of the IDB that Rowan gave, but it's I think in this definition, it also acknowledges that there is no clear, like more detailed, like, standard definition that makes consensus. Hence, the definition is relatively broad. I certainly agree with my colleagues when they say that definitions, all our definitions, I think, are compatible. I totally agree with this, and perhaps with the fact that, it's really the outcomes and the objectives that matter in the definition that you want to give in a sense. I also like what my colleagues were saying and what Rowan was putting in the definition, the built part, the natural environment, and the soft aspect. I think that's very well put. In terms of concrete examples, in my work, in our program, we focus rather on climate mitigation outcomes. So a typical sustainable infrastructure that comes back is renewable energy infrastructure. If you want to have some example of very concrete infrastructure that is often considered as sustainable. Now, does it answer systematically all criteria of sustainability? I won't answer that question, but this is typically something that we can, that comes back as something that's that may qualify as sustainable, or infrastructure for electric mobility powered by renewable electricity, or I know the word in French, but I forgot in English, les mobilités douces, like the infrastructure for biking, for better walking ways, etc. Thank you. Active mobility, exactly. So I think those are all examples of sustainable infrastructure. Now, are there some criteria for ensuring that they're sustainable? That's up for discussion.
Thank you. Please don't be angry with me, but maybe I put my third group of questions before, because I think it fits very well, this discussion, which is about the lens that you're looking at infrastructure, because I mentioned that sometimes we speak about infrastructure systems, which to me as a newcomer in this area would be, for example, a transportation system or an energy system, as you just mentioned. And then we also heard that sometimes we look at the individual projects or elements of that infrastructure, like a motorway or maybe like a power plant. So my question to each of you would be, how do you ensure that a holistic approach is taken? So because you can assess whether a highway or motorway is sustainable built with the materials, it fulfills criteria of protecting the nearby living population, whatever. Or you can raise the question, was this highway necessary at all from the beginning? I think Helen mentioned something about looking at environmental data before the planning. So I'm just wondering, how can it be ensured through this work that we are not just green labeling something which is already there without looking, is that thing necessary at all? Because we have not looked at the entire system at all. Or maybe you're looking at it. Because I've heard the terms infrastructure system and then infrastructure. For me, this is two different levels of looking at things. But sorry, I'm a newcomer in this area. You have your expertise, but maybe also others are interested in this different lens that you're looking at it. Is it okay, Helen, if I start with you first?
When we work on resilient infrastructure in a country, our focal points traditionally in are the Sendai framework focal points, which are normally the national disaster management agencies. So for this work, we've been engaging more, we still engage with the national disaster management agencies, but more so also across the different line ministries as well. So one of the aspects is also mapping out within a country the different institutions and infrastructure stakeholders. And so when I mentioned how about our indicators, and it's a self-assessment approach with qualitative indicators, it's really to get the stakeholders together to have this conversation about what are they doing in terms of resilient infrastructure. And a lot of them may not understand or know that something that they're doing is already considered resilient or not. So this is what the conversations and dialogues that they have, and the different sectors, they work together on the scorecard to discuss how are we doing this. Or is this, one sector might say they're resilient or they're doing this, they're using past information for informing future planning. They're using environmental assessments in their planning, or are they not using it? So, and I think this is where we integrate this whole approach, and a lot of the outcomes that come out of this assessment is how do we come up with more cross-sectoral recommendations and interventions for enhancing resilient infrastructure. So it's not so much just the sectoral approach, but the cross-sectoral approach. And one aspect that I forgot to mention that's really important is that our main focus is on kind of the interdependencies of the infrastructure systems. So looking at, if there's a failure in the electricity, how does that impact the transport system? How does that impact the water system? So for us, we don't focus on so much on the assets, but more at the policy level, at the systems level. So it's more about having the governments and the different ministries, but also the private sector as well, and the regulators, operators, all working together to come up with, to assess their infrastructure needs.
Thank you. Pelin.
I think the way that we approach this at the OECD is when we talk about the strategic planning of infrastructure. So it means that it's not just about strategically planning a piece of infrastructure or a single infrastructure, but it's about strategically planning infrastructure development in general in your country. One of the things that we promote via SIPA, for example, is the development of long-term low-emission development strategy, and we encourage countries to align their infrastructure planning with those long-term low-emission development strategies to ensure that infrastructure planning is aligned with the climate targets of countries. So I think that this is a good angle for approaching what the question that you raised. We're also promoting in Southeast Asia the approach of strategic foresight, anticipating the risks, and in building scenarios and trying to integrate those scenarios in the strategic planning. And we also promote one tool in strategic planning we think is important, and Christine was mentioning it at lunch actually, the strategic environmental assessments, which are indeed a tool that can be used at that strategic planning phase for addressing that holistic question. So you're right to say that there are several stages at which you can envisage the question of sustainable infrastructure development.
Thank you, very interesting. And Rowan, please.
Thanks very much. Yes, like my colleagues here, we also try and take a more systems approach as opposed to focusing at the asset or the project level. Of course, the project level or the asset level is very important. This is the unit of infrastructure development. But as I mentioned before, there is a lot of sort of available resource and tools for project and asset level sustainability. What's really important is considering how each project or asset functions with the other ones as part of a system. So yeah, this is definitely a big part of our lens, and also sort of as an organization trying to work and build capacity for more sustainable infrastructure. There's rather than trying to deal with sustainability on a project by project basis, we see value in trying to integrate these considerations further upstream in the life cycle during these earlier decision-making processes, the strategic planning phases, because by the time you get to a specific project and you're trying to deal with environmental issues, or I mean, not just environmental, social, sustainability issues in general, it could be that a decision could have been made earlier to do something differently that would have just avoided those problems in the first place. So that sort of more systems approach is definitely a big part of our lens. And related to that, I think another one is taking a needs-based approach and a service, because ultimately we build infrastructure to provide services that we need. And so taking time to understand what those service needs are and how they can be met most effectively and sustainably is really important, because it may be that they can be met without building new great infrastructure. It's possible to manage demand for certain services, upgrade, or even just invest in proper maintenance of existing infrastructure, looking at alternative solutions, nature-based infrastructure, these kinds of things. So it's, we really try and promote like a needs first, sort of a needs-based lens or approaches to those early decisions and planning about infrastructure.
Can I add? I just wanted to add something. You prompted that thought, but at the OECD, we notably work on trying to evidence instances where green infrastructure is actually more economically viable than gray infrastructure. And I think that building this knowledge is also extremely valuable for the purpose of this, of what we're trying to address. So yes, there's also knowledge to be built on that, because it's not obvious. So hopefully this also is part of the answer.
Thank you. I found it particularly interesting, Rowan, when you said the needs-based approach to meet service needs. This also links very closely to the circular economy approach, actually. So I think there are really kind of conceptual links also to this kind of work. Okay, thank you. That was really super interesting. And I would like to turn more now into, let's say, our work here of this group. I think there are many newcomers in this area of work, and it would be nice to hear from you. I mean, you had it already a little bit in the presentations, but what is the importance of the work to measure the progress in sustainable and resilient infrastructure? So what is the policy demand or the users' demand of this information that you see? And maybe you can also link it a little bit to the work that we are doing here. So maybe, Pedin, you want to start with that?
So you mean the need to measure progress, right? Well, I certainly think that there is a demand for this. One area that prompts, I think, this demand is the need to attract more financing for this type of infrastructure, and so making sure that the investment is sustainable and to address some of the risks associated with infrastructure, in investing in infrastructure that is not quality infrastructure, and where return on investment is therefore uncertain. So that's one aspect. And second, I would highlight the policy discussion, the policy dialogue that is taking place in a number of fora, and including the one you were referring to at the environmental, the Ministers for Environment conference, during which infrastructure was highlighted as a key priority, and I think that resonates very much with a number of concerns and priorities we hear are highlighted in a number of other policy dialogues.
Thank you. Rowan, please.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I think definitely the financing question is very important, and be able to accurately measure these dimensions of the investments to give investors confidence, but also to allow them to meet their reporting requirements and objectives for greening investment portfolios and that kind of thing. I mentioned before, measuring progress on some of these global agendas like the SDGs, and we have SDG 9. So it's important to be able to measure progress on that. And I guess ultimately, it's to better inform planning. If you don't know how you're doing, how can you sort of plan accordingly? I think is what it boils down to. I think particularly as well, maybe with the case of, and I don't want to steal your answer, but with the case of resilience of infrastructure systems, I mean, that even becomes more basic, and it's like looking really at the sort of how fit for purpose our infrastructure systems are, because I think that there's sort of two dimensions to resilience. One is the resilience of an infrastructure asset or a sort of system, but the second bigger dimension is the role that infrastructure plays in our overall economic and social resilience. And if you lose a particular infrastructure service from something, it can have wider repercussions. And so, yeah, really important to understand, I think, that dimension as well.
Thank you. And Helen, what's your take on that?
Maybe just to add and not to repeat what has already been said, but for us in the Sendai framework, one of the target D is on loss and damage. So I think it's about measuring critical loss to critical services and damage to critical infrastructure. And we know that we had our midterm review of the Sendai framework last year, and we know that target D is one of the least reported indicators by countries. So we really need this information. I think it's really important that to know the impact of the damages to infrastructure in order for countries to really understand how much investment perhaps is needed in the future, or what can be done differently. So I think without having a common definition or understanding of what resilient infrastructure is, or what is sustainable, it's really hard for countries then to come up with ways to move forward in coming up with interventions, coming up with measures to enhance their progress. So I think that's really important.
Thanks, Helen. You have just built the bridge to my last group of questions to you that come from me on the way forward. So I just packed this together like as just 2 or 3 questions, and then maybe you can respond to it. So one question would be, what would be your recommendation to countries on how to measure sustainable and resilient infrastructure if they would really like to engage from a national perspective to do this kind of work? And also, do you see a need for developing or agreeing on a common set of indicators to measure progress? So I think these are the burning questions that group might have. And if you have some very specific recommendations to this joint task force on environmental studies indicators, how do you see the role of this group? So, Rowan, can I start this time with you?
Sure, thanks. I guess in terms of recommendations, as we've said before, we don't have any harmonized or universally agreed upon definition or set of indicators. And it would obviously be useful to have that, definitely. As I said, there haven't, at least on the more project level side of things, there have been some efforts to do that, but I wouldn't say any of them has succeeded sort of in a unqualified way. But I think more important than having, you know, one definition or one set of indicators to rule them all is to just use some of the existing ones, because there are a lot out there and they all are useful. You know, so I think the important thing is to, and it's not always easy to navigate and find out which is the right one, but the important thing is to sort of decide which is the most appropriate or the most useful for a particular purpose, and use it, and also try and connect it maybe to other sort of tools or indicators like across the infrastructure lifecycle. So if you're working with a sort of a project level standard or certification or something like that, you know, how does this relate to indicators for best practice sort of further upstream in the process and more on the policy and enabling environment side? So I think that's more important, is using what's out there at this point than worrying about getting everyone to agree on the one to use. And I think that should continue to go on. But yeah, just there are a lot of resources. So
thank you, Helen. Please.
So yeah, I fully agree with Rowan. I think that every time, you know, I go to a meeting, there's always a need for a new set of indicators, new set of measures. But I think you know, countries face data fatigue. There's a lot of reporting. And what is, you know, really what is the point of coming up with a new set of indicators? Can we use existing indicators? Is it, you know, and I think there's always going to be criticism about are the indicators measuring what we need? Are they comprehensive enough? Are they up to date? I think we just really need to have a starting point. And in working in this indicator space, what I've learned over the years is that it will never be perfect. So you'll never get perfect reporting from countries. You'll never get perfect reporting, especially at the local level. So I think even if there is some kind of information, that's better than nothing. And I think we can start with what's already existing instead of always trying to come up with a new set. Although saying that, I did post a question in my presentation about net resilience gain. And I think for us, that's really something that, you know, that's a concept that we have promoted. But, you know, how do we actually measure that? So we're actually, it's actually the UK the British Standards Institute that have taken the principles and now they're developing that into an international standard. And during the discussions throughout this process of developing this ISO standard, a lot of countries have disagreed with the net resilience approach because they said, there's no way of measuring net resilience. It's very conceptual. We cannot measure this. And we agree. It is still quite conceptual at this point. So I think something I would like to put forward is maybe thinking about, is it possible to measure net resilience gain? Is it okay if there is no specific equation to measure it? And will countries still use it if it's still conceptual? So maybe I'll end there.
Thank you. And last but not least, Pauline, please.
Starting with the recommendations to governments. I'm not going to be very original. I'm going to agree once more with my colleagues, and I think the need to have a starting point, I think, is a very good advice. Where do you assess, like taking some sort of self-assessment? Where do you see yourself? What do you think your country should improve on? And then look for what's out there that already exists and that can help you. I think that's a very good start. There's a sense of readiness as well, I think, within each particular country for, you know, tackling this issue that depends on a number of social, economic, and capacity factors. That being said, I mean, I represent the OECD. How could I not like the idea of developing a common set of indicators and a common definition? That is a key pillar to any peer-to-peer exchange and learning exercise. And we constantly I work with OECD non-member countries who constantly ask me about how OECD countries do and how they manage to do better, sustain economic growth, social well-being, and improve on all types of indicators. And sustainable infrastructure certainly is one. So I think this is a very exciting proposal. And I think I speak for all OECD colleagues working on this topic when I say that we would very much be very much happy to contribute in such an exercise and putting our expertise and experience to the greater good that we can tackle in this working group.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that you agree on most of these issues. That's wonderful. Okay, I have been talking a lot, so we have a few speakers who volunteered to share their own reflections. Maybe Arthur, I can start with you.
Yes, thank you, Michael, and thank you also for this excellent discussion. It's a kind of brainstorming, I think, but thank you. I was asked beforehand to reflect, and that is a hard job, to be honest, especially because the questions of Michael make it more concrete. It started with the definition on resilience in the first presentation, then sustainability came across. And then in the end, I was still thinking, what kind of infrastructures, but the OECD was telling about that. So very good. And then there was one main message I want to make, and I was a bit afraid that the question on the user demands was picking my story, but it didn't, because you were saying that investments are needed long-term, and also it is needed for informed planning. And then I was thinking, what is the target? And that is the main message I want to make, that you should first start with what the context is. And I give an example how you can do that, because you need to know from what perspective you look at this issue. And if you would make a classification here. I'm from a statistical office, so I think in classifications. Then this would be the highest level, context. And let's start. First of all, we are here in a meeting on environmental statistics and indicators. So many things you were mentioning are not really in this context, I think. But okay. I go further. If I think about environmental statistics, then I can start with the people, planet, profit context. And it sounds logical to me to start with planet. And we have the triple planetary crisis. The first one, climate change. Then we have the second one, environmental conservation, biodiversity protection. And third one is circular economy, pollution prevention. I cannot go into detail on all of three. Okay, let's see climate change as a starting point. Then we have the Paris Agreement, and that's a perfect context here because we have long-term targets. So the informed planning is needed there for sure, because we need to reach the targets in 2050 and also later. And you cannot change the infrastructure immediately, so you need to do it step by step, and you should start now. So it's really relevant there. Okay, then the policies, which is already mentioned, the financial part, the investments, the financial infrastructure, of course that is needed, but we have the mitigation measures and the adaptation measures. I'm not going into detail in the adaptation measures because you can think of nature-based solutions, etc. But let's focus on the mitigation measures. What you should think then, what infrastructures are relevant here? and one is already mentioned, the energy infrastructure. And I also want to say why this is important. We need to have more renewable energy sources, and then the energy infrastructure should be adapted to that. Normally, we have a centralized energy production with power plants, and now it is at a local level, solar panels, households level. So you have to adjust the infrastructure there. The other thing is that we also want to ban fossil fuels. So it's related to that. So the inputs, and not only in the energy sector, but also in industry and also in the transport sector, the inputs will be different than then. We also have resilience aspects here. If you have a localized infrastructure, then you cannot be sure from electricity. For instance, if the sun is not shining or the wind is not there, then you don't have that as an energy source. So resilience is important there also. And another thing is that you should also take into account the just transition effects. And that is to minimize the negative effects on people, planet, and profit. I started with planet here, but I can also look at the people and profit. And then they are really important for the enablers to make the energy transition a success. So the long-term investments are needed here, but also you should look at the education infrastructure, because the skills of the people who are building these windmills, but also having the solar panels on your roof or the heat pumps or whatever, you need to have skilled people. So you need to invest in that. What is also important here, that is the behavior and the perception of not only the households, but also the companies and the governments to make the energy transition a success. And also related here, that is the safety aspects and the health aspects at a social level, but also institutional. So if you think only about mitigation measures and the energy infrastructure, then several things come up, and I think it's not very difficult to find relevant data there to monitor all this kind of aspects. I'm not going into detail here, but there are also other infrastructures relevant for Paris Agreement. The active mobility was mentioned, the transport infrastructure. If you have electric cars, then you need to have an infrastructure for the charging stations. The industry infrastructure, they cannot use the fossil fuels anymore, more renewables, but that might be very difficult. So hardware chain infrastructure is important there. The agricultural infrastructure is important. You should shorten the change. And also we have the climate change impacts, the more extreme weather, and also the global warming. So the agricultural infrastructure should be changed. Also, then we have also the infrastructure for the built environment was also mentioned there. The climate resilient housing. I don't know how to define climate resilient here, but they use this term for that. And then also the water safety, the infrastructure needed to protect against flooding. And in the Netherlands, we have a lot of experience there, of course. We also have the stress test. It was in the first presentation. And in these stress tests, we are at a local level, we are measuring in some sense if we are well prepared to all kinds of water management risks like flooding. And when I was preparing this reflection, I discovered a new dimension of the stress test. This is the emotional stress test, and that was before I was starting to talk. I was thinking, how will I pass that emotional stress test? Thank you.
You passed it. And actually, you should have accepted my invitation to give a full-fledged presentation here. It was excellent. Thank you very much. Lots of very useful comments and ideas, I think, as a reflection. I will give you the word, Irakli, a bit later, if you don't mind, because we still have two invited speakers. One is from UK. Jan? Yeah, please, go ahead. And then we have Alexis, and then I will take you.
I have a quick question. First of all, thank you all panelists of the interesting interaction and very valuable slides. You mentioned and present your last slide the measurement topics and indicators, and also mentioned that the cross-cutting measurement system is very important. Yeah, it's true. Measurement progress and relative comparability is very important when many countries involved in this process. So I have a general question. If OECD has outlined and defined near-term plans that provide a unified system of estimate, measurement, and data collection that would be relevant and acceptable of many countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Irakli. Can we have the other interventions first, and then we can come back to this? So now, Jan, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Just referring to the questions that you shared before, Michael, and I have to say thanks very much for the presentations and the Q&A and the interventions that we've had. I'm not going to do anything quite as sophisticated as that, I don't think, but just to say that in the UK, we don't currently measure this. I mean, that probably isn't very surprising, given what we've talked about, and we don't have a single source for this. We use existing infrastructure stats that don't particularly give the breakdowns that one would need. We have researched the evidence following the Global Infrastructure Hub's work across its 15 transition pathways, and we hope to publish some initial findings on that next year, around 4 of the pathways. We'd certainly recommend a harmonized definition, which would aid measurement. Colleagues have been also using a term climate adaptive infrastructure just to make things more complicated. But I think after the discussions that we've had here, it really felt like a kind of visualization. I mean, there were references to they're compatible, but there are some differences, but maybe they don't matter so much. But I think when it comes to measurement, they do. And if we could visualize and maybe even get some sense of sort of a quantum of the scale of the non-overlaps, that could be quite helpful for us in the national statistics community to kind of turn that into actual measures. We have a few examples to share of how we're doing this work, and we welcome the OECD's pilot planned work. And we'd be happy to join that task force or the expert group that's being formed for that. And we'd also agree that it's important for monitoring and evaluating policy and economic and social outcomes to do this. And in terms of the task force itself, I think the key thing perhaps is to maximize the link-ups with certainly economic statistics groups and their action, but potentially on the social side as well, as we've heard in the presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. And then I think Alexis, right? You have also a comment. Yeah.
Good. Well, first, thank you very much for the interesting presentation and discussion that we had. I'll try to just add a few inputs from Switzerland's perspective. So first, with regard to the definition of sustainable infrastructure, we do not have our own definition, unsurprisingly, but it has been stressed before that we should use already what exists out there. So we try to use as much as possible the definition that was presented from UNEP, so from the report on international good practice principles for sustainable infrastructure, because we have also been involved in the development of this report. So we also encourage other members to use it, and yeah, just use this definition. It's also really good. I'm not saying it's better than another, but well, since it's out there, I wanted to stress that out. Then in terms of context, we had recently a revision of our federal law on public procurement, entered into force in 2021, and it made some shift towards more sustainable public procurement and quality and oriented competition. So in this context, the Swiss Confederation is developing different instruments to adopt more sustainable infrastructure and real estate management. One main thing is the KBOB, which is in German, but in English it's going to be the Conference for the Coordination of Building and Construction Services of Public Owners. And they are developing recommendations for purchasing departments and strengthening the exchange of information between clients and the construction industry. So this conference brings together actors from the local to the national level, and thereby it addresses different lenses that are also reflected in the output of their work. So for example, there is now an evaluation tool for infrastructure projects, also a standard that is used in sustainable infrastructure, and its related criteria and indicators. So these are more project level, but there are also information and recommendation notes that try to address a more national level. But I want to come back to something that was said during the discussion as well, like the question raised on considering infrastructure on a more systemic level really resonates with the issue that we are currently trying to address, but it's difficult. Finally, one pilot project that could be interesting for the members is a research project to calculate embodied emissions of infrastructure construction, similar to approaches that already exist for buildings. And the goal is to derive benchmarks and objectives to reduce embodied emissions to achieve our goal of net zero emission in 2050. And we're going to publish the results beginning of next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing this perspective. Yeah, I can open the floor now for a couple of minutes for other comments, questions to the panel. Bosnia and Austria.
Thank you, Michael, giving me the floor. I would like just to inform you about the situation we had 4th of October this year when landslides, actually stone pit slided, and there was a lot of, after the heavy raining, there was a flood, and 26 people died in Bosnia and Herzegovina recently, actually, that day, 2 weeks ago. It was very tragic situation. It is catastrophic situation. Probably we didn't do all to prevent these activities. We are speaking about disaster risk reduction, which is and resilience infrastructure and everything what is important for us. But I would like to be more close to the topic we are here, Joint Task Forces of Environmental Indicators. And I would like just to ask which indicators, statistic indicators, we are using in disaster risk prevention in our activities. Actually, after the number of casualties and the financial costs of recovering or cleaning or whatever, building new infrastructure, actually during that, which indicators we can use in the clear definition of risk areas, risk situation, and so, which are in connection with prevention. I am speaking about the prevention. Prevention is more important. We didn't adapt yet on climate changes. This is very, very important issue. Colleagues from Netherlands mentioned about the mitigation, which is also important and cause a lot of problems. But we, on the ground, people, usual citizens, have to adapt ourselves and our lives to the climate changes. And in that regard, I would like to ask that somebody tell me about that indicators, and also what is maybe more important in this what I want to say, maybe it is not time to say that, but how to promote statistical indicators in the so-called future work about the disaster risk prevention. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you very much. Some good questions. Austria, please.
A more elementary, detailed observation or idea. Infrastructure, regardless of sustainable or not, takes space. And for many years, it typically has taken space which we should have left to biodiversity and nature to be able to maintain and restore itself. And we are trying to get more and more serious about restoring biodiversity and nature. So one figure which is very much observed all the time in the Austrian political discussion is the daily land uptake for new human infrastructure. And we are trying to bring this down. In the year 2010, it was 24 hectares every day. Now it's around 12 hectares. And until 2030, our government wants to bring it down to 2.5 hectares. But still, this is a little bit a depressing indicator because things all the time reduce the amount of space which is available to nature. Now, just a few weeks ago, got into force the nature restoration regulation in the European Union, so that now from the first time we will have programs for mandatory restoration of ecosystems and mandatory measures towards that. So maybe this could create the occasion also to establish a more complex indicator which looks in a balanced way, both to this land uptake for infrastructure and the amount of space which we restore. And with regard to the sustainable infrastructure, that would mean that when there is new infrastructure where there are nature-based solutions inbuilt, which allow on the, let's say, on the new infrastructure space also biodiversity to thrive or even becoming restored if it's done in a most intelligent way. Maybe here we can find some new way also to have intelligent indicators. And I do observe that there's a lot of discussion on nature-based solutions, and I'm impressed about the creativity which comes out of that if one really wants to make progress on that. So we should continue in that direction.
Thank you very much. So if there are not more interventions, I think it's time to conclude. First of all, Senat from Bosnia-Herzegovina, I mean, in terms of indicators, we have an EC task force that is collaborating also with UNDRR and many other colleagues, and we have actually developed a set of indicators on disaster risk, taking into account the existing reporting frameworks like the Sender framework, SDG indicators, but also looking at the different dimensions of elements at risk, which of course in the center you have humans, but then you have infrastructure, you have infrastructure services, you have the environment. So we expect this publication be available very soon. It's already endorsed by the Conference of European Statisticians, and it's actually based on statistical principles. So I hope this can be a very helpful document in that regard to directly respond to your question. But in terms of closing this, I think we have heard a lot of useful things. I think a lot of things are already there. It's more a question of bringing them together. I think we have this very useful and important work streams of the individual organizations, which are pretty much aligned with each other because conceptually have the same in mind, but you might come from a bit of different lens, and this is very good to know. But having here people in the room that are really addressing the measurement issue, of course, they want to understand more the conceptual understandings and maybe even coming to a measurement framework to understand what are the main indicators. And we have heard many suggestions in that regard, also emphasizing the issue, what is the main questions that you would like to respond to, or what are the main questions in your country? So this can be diverse, this can be pretty much different. The focus could be on financial aspects, the focus could be on disaster risk management, there could be another focus on simply providing basic infrastructure. So there are many lenses to look at it. And I also heard that even if there are definitions there are conceptual definitions that might be still a bit difficult to be understood from a measurement perspective. I also heard the demand of, it could be useful to have a kind of set of indicators, but don't reinvent the wheel for a second time. Use indicators that are already out there. So I think this is also one of the key messages that we have gotten from you, because also not to have too much burden, additional burden, but also not to confuse too much with new sets of indicators. Maybe it's just a matter of developing indicator sets, grouping indicators newly together, maybe having other different levels of disaggregations and these kind of things. I mean, we have discussed this in the Secretariat in advance of this discussion. And I mean, one way forward could be a two-phased approach. One could be simply to bring all this together in form of an in-depth review. This is what we usually do in statistics. We have done this in many areas. This is simply taking stock of the issue. What is the policy demand? What is the information demand? What is already there from the different organizations? Selected examples from countries, and then coming up with a proposed way forward, saying, okay, there is a common understanding on the concepts, but we still need to, for example, work a little bit more on a measurement framework and identifying indicators that fulfill that criteria. We need to develop maybe more practical guidance for countries who would like to contribute to measuring sustainable infrastructure. So our proposal would be to maybe first have such an in-depth review, where we hope, if you agree to that we can also have your contributions, and everybody who has shared their examples here, we could even open up this group. And maybe in a next step, we could come up with a clear proposal of forming maybe an expert group of interested experts from countries and international organizations, clarifying these burning issues that we have identified in this in-depth review. So this could be an approach. But before I close this, I would like to give each of you another 2 minutes or so just to reflect on my proposal on the way forward, but also on the questions and comments that you have heard from the audience. I can't remember who was the last one I started with, but I think it was Rowan. So now it's Helen, first one. So your final intervention in this session before we close.
So I think reflecting on what you just mentioned on the way forward, I think what you said is correct, that there are lots of data out there. There's lots of indicators. So sometimes when in my previous roles, when I worked with governments, and they're like, well, we don't have data. Well, actually you do. It's just a matter of consolidating the data. So instead of coming up with new indicators, what often is a good idea is that all the national statistics offices have a set of indicators they're already using. So it's a matter of tweaking it so that it is comparable across countries. Is it a matter of consolidating to see and categorizing and grouping it for its use, and depending on the purpose or outcome that you want to get? So it's not really about coming up with a new set. Maybe it's just refining existing set. And I think and in speaking about that, I think what is really important, I forgot to mention, is that it's important that indicators are simple as well. So often we want to come up with very sophisticated indicators. And what happens is that countries, especially at the local level, cannot report this information, or they don't know how to obtain information. So for us, what is really useful is how can we create or come up with a set of indicators that can be reported and will be reported. Because I mentioned, target D, the reporting it's one of the least reported targets. So, and we're also trying to set up an expert group to help us improve the reporting amongst countries on this target. So I think that's something just to close to reflect, is that it has to be simple. It has to be, when we say it's measurable, it has to be that countries need to be able to report as well and want to report.
Thank you. Berlin, please.
So I will just start by saying that I think the representative of Georgia had a question, but I did not quite catch it. So if you have a specific question for me, for the OECD, feel free to come and see me after the discussion, and I'll be glad to discuss directly with you, because I'm sorry, but I didn't quite catch the question. Well, in conclusion, I would say first that I think this is a discussion that is welcome, that resonates with what the OECD is currently thinking of in terms of consolidating and bringing together the wealth of indicators, of definitions, of analytical work that has been done so far within the OECD, but beyond its actually the organization, including in other organizations and in countries, and to perhaps stop. It's a good opportunity perhaps to stop and to take stock, as you said, of what exists and of making it useful and actionable in the light of countries' priorities, also helping us to accelerate progress on that front. I think there's no need in this room to highlight the emergency of the environmental crisis we mentioned, and the number of catastrophic events that are actually multiplying, and the need to take action and to accelerate. So I think that what you are proposing is can really be helpful in that regard. And again, I think the OECD really welcomes this, and we stand ready to contribute. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Pauline, and Ron, please.
Thanks very much. Yeah, I mean, likewise, I think UNEP appreciates the proposal that's been made, and would be very happy to participate and contribute and work with the other partners. So definitely we could support that. I think as well, thanks to all the colleagues for the interventions and the points. I think some important issues came up in the comments. I mean, the colleague from the UK made a point which I hadn't really thought about, because I'm not coming from a sort of a statistical perspective, but all of these sort of seemingly insignificant nuances in the wording actually are quite significant when it comes to statistics and measurements. I think that's something definitely worth keeping in mind. And I think the comments from our colleague from the Netherlands really demonstrated the need for these sort of systemic approaches and the interconnection of all of these different sectors and the way it works. And the example from Austria highlighted a really important point as well that I'd like to underline, which is, I mean, part of when I talked about taking sort of needs-based approaches and figuring out how to meet the needs, I mean, the point I think you were getting at is that there doesn't always need to be a trade-off between biodiversity or some other environmental target and infrastructure service provision. You know, in the example of nature-based solutions, in some cases where they're appropriate, you know, you can sort of avoid the trade-off between those two things. And I think, as you said, trying to capture that and measure that is I assume quite challenging, but also could be then valuable for helping to sort of enable planning of that kind of thing. So yeah, thanks to everybody for the great discussion, and yeah, look forward to engaging in any further processes. Thanks.
Yeah, I just was about to say I wanted to give an applause to the panelists. Thank you very much. It was a really a very good discussion, very productive, and a productive outcome of this discussion. I mean, we still have work ahead of us, but I'm really looking forward to it. And maybe at our next meeting, we can report back to the group something, let's say, more concrete in terms of how to actually do it. We also have prepared outcomes, but maybe we should present them after the break, because I want to make a small update. I think we could have a 10 minutes break. That should be planned, actually. The disappointing news is the cafeteria is closed. There is no coffee available for you, so I'm very sorry about this. This is beyond our control. You know. On the fifth floor. Okay, we have insiders. We have insiders. But please, okay, when you run for a coffee, try to be back as soon as possible so that we continue. We still have 2 presentations. Yeah, 5:15. Please try that. And thank you very much again to the speakers, to all your interventions. And we will share the proposed, how we'll call it, decisions at the end of the break. Thank you very much, and be back at 5:15, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Ich wollte das nur schreiben.
Shall we start? Yes. We will conclude this session with proposed decisions and recommendations. So, the Joint Task Force thanks panelists for their contributions to the discussion on common definition of sustainable and resilient infrastructure, invites member states and international organizations to continue discussion. Second, request Secretariat to propose Committee on Environmental Policy and Conference of Europe Statisticians to conduct in-depth review and to consider setting up ad hoc expert group on this topic with objective to draft guidelines for measuring sustainable and resilient infrastructure and ask Secretariat to invite International Finance Corporation, UNEP, OECD, and United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction to participate in the work of this expert group. And finally, notes with concern that it has not been possible to organize remote interventions, which has prevented participation of experts from some international organizations and hindered deliberations under this and other agenda items. Any comments for proposed decisions? No, thank you very much. We adopt these decisions. And moving into item 4 of agenda, ongoing developments with relevance for the work of the Joint Task Force. So, welcome delegates back from the break and reintroduce agenda item of ongoing development. Sorry. National developments in the production sharing of environmental indicators and statistics, including revised UNECE AI-related indicators, statistics on sustainable infrastructure, biodiversity, chemicals and waste, and or circular economy. So, I invite delegates from Albania for presentation. Rosanna Bineri, National Environmental Agency. The floor is yours. Rosanna. Here.
Open to the computer, maybe it's better. One moment. Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello to everyone. Very pleasure to be today here and to meet you in person in this meeting. My name is Rosanna. I work at National Environment Agency in Albania, which is an institution dependent from Ministry of Environment and Tourism in Albania, focusing on environment. From 2020, I am head of chemical office, but previously I have been working at the lab as quality manager, so I have been up to 10 years involved in environment sector and environment statistics. I will represent today a short presentation about focusing on waste and chemicals in Albania. Okay. I will present a short country context about these two institutions very important in Albania. Institute of Statistics, which is an institute, a central institution, which collect data from other institutions. Today I will focus only on waste, which is published at Instat website. Also, I will represent some data relating chemicals, which we collect in our daily work and publish at the website of NEA. You can find the link of the webpage of the Instat institution and also at NEA institution at the above of two signs of this kind of institution. I will start with Instat, Institute of Statistics. And the first page you can find statistics about environmental and energy. If you can click above, you can see energy, environment, and environment account. If you select environment, you can find this kind of data. You can find data in relating waste in table, but you can find also data relating waste in a PDF format. So going ahead, you can find the statistic about waste for the year 2023 published at Instat website. And at the table, at the one table, at the first table, you can see the data from each year, starting from previous year up to 2023. At the second table, you can see the data related to waste from 2022 and 2023, and you can see the reserve amount of this total number to 844,000 tons for 4 years. This kind of data, Instat is collecting this data from municipality. Each municipality should give this information to this institution. At the other table, at the table 2, you can see which kind of data and amount, also in person, in percentage from 2021 to 2022 and 2023. How is managed generating about the origin. But at the other table, you can see table 3, you can see the category of managed waste in 2021 and 2023. These are two graphs. You can find this information and at PDF downloaded in Albanian, but also in English. You can see at the figure number 1, the component structure urban waste for 2023. In each of the group, organic, wood, paper, glass, plastic, textile, metal, hazard, etc. I don't want to have more. I've given all the explanation. And also in the second graph, you can see urban waste treatment structure for 2023 in a different sector, from energy, from elimination, recycling, landfill, free disposal, etc. For the moment, Instat publishes only this kind of information. Maybe in the future they will share other information. I am not aware about this, but I will focus on the continuous slide with the work that is done at the National Environment Agency, where I am working at the moment. So I will explain some short or giving a short presentation about the chemical sector where I am working. This sector is created in 2020 to support Ministry of Environment in implementing a law in Albania for chemicals. Some other activity related to this sector is to give opinion and support to ministry, to industry about the legislation in place about chemicals, and to give the right way what is the right way to follow for authorization, and also for giving information exactly directly to the parties that are interested in. So we perform help desk function. We also complete obligation about some convention, for example, Rotterdam Convention, Stockholm Convention, and also to support ministry and focal point with the Basel Convention, which for the moment is in the Ministry of Environment. Also, we are working for the moment to create the National Chemical Registry, and I will explain which are activities that we are involving in. If you go to the web that I have put it at the slide, you can find the web page of National Environment Agency. If you click at the window chemicals, you can find information related to legislation, about biocides, pesticides information, general information, and some guidelines that we have created for general public to give general information. But if you go to this other window, you can find the report of environment for 2023. You can download it as a document. It's in Albania, but you can translate it and to have more information what is inside and what kind of data you can find in it. This is the annual report for environment for 2023. You can find information for air, climate change, coastal area, water, noise, soil, forest and biodiversity, and waste management, chemicals, natural resource, and environment protection. I will focus the next presentation about chemicals. At this document, you can find activity that we are involved from 2023 up to now in the project that is called Inventory and Prioritize of PCB in the Mediterranean area, which involves also Albania. This project has started with several online meetings and has continued with pointing the right way, which are the legislation in place, and that analyzing all the relevant documentation, and then continue collaboration with the company that has equipment producing electricity, like transformers. We have chosen many of them, and we have collected samples. And we have done analysis to know which are mostly containing PCB and which of amount of this kind of PCB waste to dispose from environment. In total, we have analyzed samples collected from 6,000 transformers. And at the end of this project, we expect to disposal of 200 tons of PCB in total. You can see logo of the project, and you can read also some information about the methodology. In this document, you can find two graphs. These are two Albanian map with the point, with the transformers, mostly with the transformers which contain a PCB from two companies producing electricity in Albania, OSH, which is the first, and OSHE, which is the second. If you see to the map, you can see the city and the point where you can find the transformers with PCB. What about the other activity performed by this sector? I have mentioned supporting ministry and implementing duty related to Rotterdam Convention. About this kind of work at sector of chemicals is a point is nominated official contact point, which receive the export notification from ECA or other country. This is called PIX procedures, based on the decision of the Consent of Minister number 665. And from 2022 until now, in total, we have given 102 feedback or answer about this notification. You can see also in the above, you can see Excel table, which involve all information collected from this export notification. You can see that we collect the reference number, the trade number of the product that has this active substance, which is chemical, the name of active substance, the CAS number, etc. This kind of data, we have it for internal use, and you can share also with Ministry of Environment, also Ministry in line, but we cannot share with the general public for the moment. What about the other activity that I have mentioned? I have mentioned that we are working for the moment to perform or to create and to maintain the National Chemical Register. Based on the law 27, on the management of chemicals in Albania, this is a duty that should be created to have the total information. We have, with the support of the other institution which deal with chemicals in Albania, I have to mention here, we are 3 institutions cooperating with each other to perform this work, is National Environment Agency, is National Agency of the Information Society, ACSI, and is also Ministry of Tourism and Environment. For the moment, we are working what kind of information industry should give to this kind of general. Sorry, I must say that this kind of information is performing online. So in a structure called Albania in Albania, subject to industry of general who is interested to have an authorization about chemical should give all the relevant information which we have separated in 2 columns, general primary information and second information about the chemical that they import or export from Albania. This kind of information will collect online without any fee. Will generate in a a central database, and then we will arrive to us to give the authorization at the end of the process. Who will be benefit from this kind of national register of chemicals? For the moment, most interesting part is the structure responsible for drafting policy in the field of chemical under the ministry responsible for environment. The second, a clinical toxicology service at the Spital University at Tirana, Institute of Public Health, responsible inspector structure in the field of environment, State Inspectorate responsible for trade, State Inspectorate responsible for industry, General Directorate of Customs, the authority responsible for the registration of chemicals such as plant protection product, biocide product, and fertilizer. In accordance with each legislation that they have in place. This was a general overview about these two topics, and this was my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rosanna. And now I invite delegate from Austria, Johannes Meyer, for presentation on ongoing developments with relevance for the work of Joint Task Force.
Okay, being the last presenter of today, I'm aware that I have to be brief. Since you were invited to tell about new developments in Austria, I would like to speak shortly about one of our current main activities, which is to develop, together with the European Environment Agency, an indicator-based country space for Austria for the State of the Environment Report 2025. It works, good. So the European State of the Environment Report is one of the main information products of the European Environment Agency, and every 5 years it is elaborated in cooperation with its member countries and cooperating countries. And it has developed from a very classical book to something which in 2025 will be mainly an electronic product. And when we are speaking about countries, these are the member states and the cooperating countries, which are covering most of Europe. And this family will soon be joined by Ukraine and Moldova, who have applied officially for becoming cooperating countries of the European Environment Agency, and the European Commission is now speaking with the European Environment Agency how to organize this. And also our partner countries in the Caucasus will be associated to the extent that they would like to do it, but also to the extent that it is possible for the European Environment Agency to organize, so we shall see how it will happen. The State of the Environment Report 2025 will have only one relatively small printed booklet, a synthesis report about 100 pages on trying to draw an overall picture of the development of the environment in Europe. And then thematic snapshots on trends in environment and climate on specific issues with a few key messages. And then that part, which is elaborated in cooperation with the countries, the so-called country space, will be based on the first time an effort to follow certain indicators in a kind of transitions monitoring. For this exercise, 10 indicators have been chosen for assessment of trends in environment and climate, 10 more indicators on socioeconomic change, and then there should also be an assessment of system change for food, energy, and mobility. And for each of the indicators, the countries receive the data from which are already available at international level and have to comment them in short text. And for the environment and climate transition indicators, the basic concept is the one which you see in this slide. You have, for instance, the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. There we have a higher level in the past, let's say year 2000. Then with the reduction efforts, we came to a certain level in 2020. And we have then a policy or science-based target or threshold more in the future, maybe in 2050. And if we bring together these figures, then we can, in a relatively objective way, calculate which is the factor, with which factor X we have to speed up in our policy efforts to really reach the target. So this is the basic concept. In other indicators, like the circular material use, it is the other way around. We want to have a certain rise, so we might have to speed up with another factor which we can calculate. The indicators which have been chosen are all a subset of the headline indicators of the 8 European Action Program, which was mentioned already before by the colleagues from the Netherlands, and from the different main policy areas. We're speaking about the area under organic farming, the amount of land which we are putting under nature protection, then the greenhouse gas emissions which we want to reduce. Inside there also a specific look to the emissions from the LULUCF sector and the economic losses from climate related. Then in the area of energy, we want to reduce our energy consumption and we want to use more renewable energy. We want to reduce our overall waste generation and increase the circular material use. And we want to make the air still more healthier to breathe and reduce the cases of premature death from fine particulate matter. Now, our current exercise is to take a look at these data and for each of the indicators to explain why the situation is as it is in Austria now. It's a relatively easy exercise for us insofar as this picture which we see is the picture which we know about Austria. We know, and these are the green ones, that we have a lot of organic farming, more than any other country in Europe. We are quite okay with the amount of areas which we protect, and we have quite good air quality after a lot of measures. We know the red fields, where we are not reaching our target. We do not manage so far to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions as we should. We consume still more energy than we should, and even if we have quite good waste management, we still generate much more waste than we would like to do. And yes, the economic losses related to climate change, they are increasing. We just had, as also Bosnia, we just had a lot of inundations recently. And then there are certain things where we are more or less okay, but we could do better. Developing renewable energy source and increasing the circular use of material. Now, something which is interesting, that this way of very clear presentation of things with clear green and red, when the European Environment Agency discussed it with the European Commission, they came up with an idea to present it in a little bit softer way, because most countries in Europe, they are doing what they can in the different areas. You have still here in the new proposal for presenting the same messages, the same reference to European goals, but it is not presented in such a dramatic way. The discussion is still ongoing. We shall see what will be the end. Then we have also socioeconomic change indicators. These are indicators which have been taken from Eurostat. Some are covering the economic dimension, environment protection expenditure, fossil fuel subsidies and others, and some the social dimension like energy poverty or the Gini coefficient. If we see there how Austria is doing in relation to the EU average, we see the picture of a quite developed consumer society which has a quite reasonable environmental policy, more environment protection expenditure than the average of Europe, relatively more environmental businesses, quite high eco-innovation index. There is one development which we are not very happy about, that's left down the Gini coefficient, which shows the disposable income in relation, practically the difference between the poorer and the richer parts of the society. And even if Austria is still in quite good shape, this difference unluckily is increasing, and that is a tendency which we do not like very much in our policies, because we want to be a society in which everyone has a fair, comparable chance. But all these things are the background against which we have to make our environmental policies. So we are in this cooperating exercise with the European Environment Agency. At the moment, we are in drafting, reviewing, commenting. And in the autumn of next year, there will be a publication. And tomorrow we will have a second presentation in which we will also want to speak on how we can cooperate with the countries who are not yet in this kind of cooperation towards having some kind of comparable product or publication in autumn next year. But for today, this is all what I wanted to tell, and I'm still inside the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Johannes. Do we have questions from these two presentations, Austria and Albania? Azerbaijan, please.
Thank you. Thank you all presenters for the interesting presentations. I don't have questions, but I just looked through guidelines and I want to give some recommendation to add some indicators to the guideline. So one of them is a number of cattle, which is very necessary, and policymakers strongly need this data to design national goals. Second is housing funds, number of apartments, number of buildings and their areas and their disaggregations, urban, rural areas. Then construction materials, production of construction materials, especially concrete and cement production, which consumes a huge amount of energy, as well as production of chemicals and industrial materials. Furthermore, in the waste chapter, we may add incineration of waste and incineration with energy recovery. And finally, rice cultivation, which is amongst the sources of methane emissions and nitrous oxide emissions in the countries. All these data are needed by policymakers, and I think that all NSOs won't have difficulty to provide this data. Already most of them can provide these data, and including these data to our guideline would be beneficial for policymakers, and they will get more detailed information by using these data. And I want also to state that all these data are generally used to design NDC and LTS documents for country levels. Most countries have undertaken some responsibilities, and every 5 years and every some years they update this responsibility, and during updating this responsibility, policymakers will definitely need these data, and having this data on their hand will give their easily and facilitates their activity, and they will be ready to design a business as usual concepts, and then they will determine how to say intervene to the politics, how to intervene to the emissions and obligations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your remarks. Any other? Nick, please.
Thank you, and thank you for these ideas. I understand this is more on the pan-European environmental assessment in terms of more at the end of drivers and pressures and so on. Could you send the list by email as well, and then we can include it in the proposals? Thank you.
No comments, questions? Thank you very much. With this, we conclude this part of item 4 of agenda. And we come to the end of this first day. We will continue tomorrow morning with presentation from other countries. And thank you all speakers and participants for their interest and active contribution during this first day. For logistical announcements for dinner, Mike, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have to do 2 very important announcements. The first one is we plan to have a group picture tomorrow during the lunch break. So I announced it 1 day before. So if you would like to do some preparations for that, you are invited. And secondly, around 10 of you have signed up for the dinner tonight in El Cadrin. I hope everybody knows where the restaurant is. We have sent this out as information. It should be walking distance from most of your hotels. So if you stay near the railway station area, this is really walking distance from there. Yeah, we will see. So it's about 10. So if 1 or 2 or more of you are still interested in joining us, please let me know. We can inform the restaurant. So it's no problem as far as you know if 2 or 3 people are coming more. And that's all from my side. I'm not sure, Christine or Nick, if there's anything to add for this very important announcements. Then I'll leave it to you, Shavala, to close this first day. Thank you.
Okay. I wish you a nice evening.
Microphone is not on.
Time.
Perfect.